So, let's play some Dwarf Lord, shall we? Born from the actions of lawyers, which is really fucking funny, because, like, how many Doom fan projects have actually been shut down? I think Doom the Roguelike might be the only one. And it's not the only Doom fan project that has released a paid version. You know, Brian, they do work with modders all the time. But, like, they're just not working with the exact modders that you're working with right? Zach and Tarn work with the, well, first off, Putnam, who works for them now directly, it was a modder, but they work with the DF Hack people constantly. Hello, Dulkin. I mean, I don't get the joke, Sam, but would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? My body is a temple, and it is made purely from dwarves! With a beard? Okay, can do. So, we had a fight very recently, if you can't tell. It's early summer, the humans just arrived to trade, and the goblins attacked us, and the dwarves won. My Mark's dwarves are extremely strong. We did have one death, it was unfortunate. But my Mark's dwarves are extremely strong, and I'm very proud of them. Their mothers are very proud. And Sem Texagon would like a dwarf with a beard, so I'm going to give Sem this dwarf with this beard. Sam Texagon is a bold flatterer, extremely friendly and just a little insufferable. YouTube chat, who's also extremely friendly and just a little bit insufferable, and a bold flatterer. Could you do me a favor? The first person in the YouTube chat to put 3 pickaxe emojis into the YubTub chat can name a dwarf or an object that is placed in the fortress. So a statue, a piece of furniture, or a dwarf. He prefers that everyone lives harmoniously as possible and is troubled by this. By his own natures, he prefers discord and debate at a more abstract level. He's pleased by his own appearance and talents, and it doesn't hold on to grievances. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others and tends to not reveal personal information. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and he tends to think before acting. He can handle stress, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. To answer your question from earlier, Zalvi, how was my dinner with my aunt and uncle? We went out for beers, and it was good, and then we had pizza. CC, what would you like to name and what would you like to name it? Personally, values independence and doesn't respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife. And dreams of creating a masterwork someday. Likes Billin, a red spindle, and crystal glass, and Cody Tooth, as well as the color cobalt, boxes and bracelets and totems, and giant dragonflies for their faceted eyes, and the sight of the diamond mines, and when possible prefers to consume millet beer, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. He is corpulent and has a long beard, which is braided. He worships cattle and is good friends with the outpost liaison, who's a goblin, and has several other close friends in the fortress. Has been in the fortress since the year of 1087, which it's now at 1089, which means the fortress is almost 20 years old. He needs a new mitten, and that's about everything. Welcome to the fort. I don't disdain materialism. I disdain greed. Felt a bit slow for your taste, though? I really like hum. It's like a warm blanket for me, and it makes me kind of, like, sob a little bit. But hum is genuinely one of my favorite bands of all time. If you want something that's a little faster by hum, listen to their earlier stuff. Probably like Electra 2000 or Downward is Heaven's Word. Downward is Heaven's Word is a pretty heavy album, actually. You'd prefer an Astronaut, which is maybe their most well-known album, which has stars on it. Is very good, but is quite slow in spots. Can I name something cricket? So we have dwarves. You could get a male dwarf or a female dwarf, or I could name a piece of my livestock. We have chickens, we have bears, we have sheep, we have peacocks, we have guinea hens, we have turkey, we have elephants. Is Bobby Kotick still alive? Hold up. Bobby is alive and grew up in the fort. Bobby was born and grew up in this fort. You know, we've got all kinds of things. And I think gave birth to children at some point. Or had children. Bobby's partner gave birth to children. Femdwarf is cool. Okay, we'll give you Lady Dwarf. Do you have job preference at all, CC? We could do like, or cricket. We have like weaponsmiths up here at the top. We got a manager. We've got, scrolling down a little bit. Got more weaponsmiths, weavers. Got clothers. I mean, hell, the queen is available. The one and only. We got no, well, not bone doctors, but searching by who's happy. You want a smith? It take forever to walk off maps during... You know you can unassign them from the soldiers, right? Drew? You know you could do that, right? You didn't have to kill them. Also, you could have also butchered... You could butcher them. Too much work? Okay. I mean, hey. You do you, man. The world is your Dwarf fort, I guess. This is now Alath, who is, Cricket, who is a weaponsmith, skilled weaponsmith. Alath Top Ring. She is rarely jealous and extremely confident in herself in situations requiring her skills. She has a very calm demeanor and, tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. She is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she thinks she's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She often feels discouraged, doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and is often cheerful. Occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand, and can sometimes act with little determination and confidence. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She personally Can you guys hear that? Like the like bup, 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 bup in the background? No? Can you? Anyway, it's like hefty enough that like my floor is vibrating. They are drilling through concrete like maybe 20 meters that way. Outside. Like doors closed, but you hear your own construction noise. I'm amazed at the noise canceling on my microphone. She thinks that friendship is important and doesn't feel strongly about the law. She likes fine pewter and blue garnet, as well as ballista parts, bucklers, and capac wood. Giant bobcat leather, hemp paper, and when possible prefers to consume red panda and swamp whiskey. And hates hamsters. She's focused and wants to be with family and has no family in the fortress and no friends. She arrived here last year. No, I'm talking about the very loud construction sounds that are happening outside. But in the fortress, we got Necrontyr, we got Unique Owns, we've got Lanix, the Duke of Skullponders. We've got Bonesaw and Hippo. We've also, scrolling down, we've got a Laya, a Henyak. We've got a Trent Reznor. And we've got a Sam Texagon, obviously, who I just named. Cricket, who we just named. We've got the Good Queen as well, who will come up in a moment. We've got Jeff. We've got Gut Vial. We've got Pain Mother. We've got a lot of farmers. Brian. Killed with Style, who's chained up, one of my vampires. Zalvi. We've got Stormwolf. We've got Dr. House. Snail, who's still alive, amazingly. Amazingly. We got Phazon. We got Merlin Buff. Grumpy Old Man. Besmer. Orc with Bow. I should also get them to stop patrolling the top wall. Wood Eye, who shot a wood bolt into a thing's eye and caused it to die. A Forgotten Beast specifically. We've got Zwari. The Grand, not the Grand Moff, just one of my wrestlers. We've got Creed. We've got Mr. Boxalot. Hammerface. Nepe, the Queen. Stormpup, Gumbo. And Romanoid and Drew. And any bearded happy scholar. Nope, but I can make a bearded happy scholar. Because I only have one scholar. And they're already named, but I can make you another one. I'm not going to guarantee that they're happy, but you can get... How about Bim? Is Bim happy? Yes. Bim, Crypt Emerald, is confident under pressure and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square his natural tendency with his respect for martial prowess. He has a greedy streak and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He prefers to present himself modestly. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, is often cheerful and often feels discouraged, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He is quite polite and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork in its creation. He isn't given to flights of fancy, and he doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He is grateful when others help him out and tries to return favors. He lives a fast-paced life, and he is often nervous. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He is slow to trust others and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family, and personally, he has abandoned any attempt at self-control and finds the whole concept of deeply offensive, and he doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. He likes bismuth as well as black bronze, fire agate, and clear glass. The color teal and gems. Battle axes, crowns, and cats for their aloofness. And he prefers to consume orangutan, guppy, and dwarven rum, and fonio, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. And as a pet cat, or is the pet of a cat, depending on your definition. Was an expert swords dwarf, but has a crossbow. Let's get some stuff traded while the ads are playing. Do I have any general advice on when someone should start building bedrooms? When you feel like you need bedrooms because there's enough dwarves that need bedrooms, or before you need bedrooms because you're anticipating more dwarves that will in the future probably need bedrooms. Basically, the world's your oyster. Build them when you feel you need them, is what I say. I mean, it's really up to you. I mean, if you don't make bedrooms for a really long time, dwarves will get upset if they don't have designated bedrooms. I'm currently a bit behind, but I'm not that behind, so I'm not too worried about it. I'm going to have to make some bedrooms today, but I'm not going to worry about making a ton of bedrooms today. That kind of thing. You know, make them as you feel you need them. There really isn't a perfect, I mean, there is probably, but it doesn't really matter if you have a perfect system. Just kind of make them as needed is usually the word I go by. I'm still playing an old world. I really would like to finish the project I have here. Pedro Horst, thank you very much for the Prime sub for 4 months. Welcome back. You stumbled on your condensed Fortress videos, Cursed and Vampires. Fantastic content. Just wanted to ask for any tips and recommendations on how to get into Dwarf Fortress. Ask questions when you're confused. Would I? Story reminded you of shooting a crossbow versus a Longbows, if speed isn't a concern, the accuracy of a crossbow is crazy high compared to a longbow. I'm not sure. I mean, everything that isn't a longbow is better than a bow in Fortress mode specifically. There's a seahorse right there. In Fortress mode specifically, as far as I'm concerned, because, right. Adam Zucchi died, apparently. Crossbows are better than short bows as far as I'm concerned if you're playing as dwarves, because dwarves can't make arrows. So running out of arrows is a bigger problem than damage, in my opinion. Chat, can I get a round of beers for that resub? But yeah, if you need help getting into Dwarf Fort, just ask questions in places where people are talking about Dwarf Fortress math. Also, Nakamura, hello. I'm Mr. Noobled in YouTube chat. It's boring to make your own templates, or to not make your own templates, in my opinion, but if you find templates to be good, then do it. My outpost liaison has been elected mayor. We've got a new mayor. Huh. Interesting. New mayor it goes. And what does the... Okay, well, you already have a bedroom now. All hail, Picture Point. Or, I mean, the Queen. Hi, Picture Point. How's things? We meet with the Merchants Guild. They have much to discuss. I'm going to request that they bring me... I'm actually going to request something I don't normally request. I'm going to ask for bolts. Bring me bolts. They want toys. Okay, sure. Let's make 50 gold toys. I will be back in a moment. I'm just gonna let the dwarves bring stuff over here. I need to go get something. What things should you try to learn and do? I mean, if you literally just started playing, dwarves need booze, beds, and something to eat. Focus on those things. Oh, also in a place to socialize. But mostly dwarves need booze, beds, and something to eat. So if you can get those things down, you're off to a good start. And when you bump into things that you're confused by, ask questions. But focus on booze, beds, and something to eat. Well, producing your own beds and food are optional. Food is not optional. You need food. However, making specific food is optional. They'll kind of eat most things. They don't need it cooked, basically. You got to stay locked in as your current adventure. I mean, hey, if you're stuck in adventure mode, stay in adventure mode. It's a good time. I should really have asked him to bring zinc. They also brought a lot of elephants, which I'm going to butcher. I'm also going to buy all of these zinc cages. Because I would like to make nickel silver, or nickel silver, so that I can make a nickel silver thing for my Baron, who really wants that. Let's buy the books. Buy the fish for meals and food variety. And the bolts. And I'm gonna trade. I suppose just going for it. I am MO here. Yeah, no, it's go for it. Don't worry about dying. And when you start a new fortress, play in the same world. Don't generate a new fortress every time. Those are kind of my basic tips. And do try adventure mode in between fortresses. Are kind of my whole series of advice. Mass Morass, hello. How are you? Now, blood sugar's a little fucky right now, so I'm trying to, like, brain. Using my brain while having weird blood sugar is a little tricky. One of the last things I did yesterday was I did a big cave-in right here. We're going to be working around, or set up. Wait, what? Oh, I didn't finish the big cave-in, I guess. I thought I did. Let's finish this big cave-in. We got invaded. I'd swear that I did, but maybe I'm thinking of the other one. Let's finish up this big cave-in is one of the last things we need to do. So we get to start the stream with a big cave-in instead of ending the stream with a big cave-in. Sure, Borealis. You struggled to survive long though. I think if you kind of treat it like a JRPG and expect that you're going to need to overlevel for things, you'll have a much easier time of it. Have I been dreaming DF? I don't generally dream. Uh-oh. Forgotten Beast, Rapula, has come. An enormous noseless badger. It has a pair of squat antennae and it squirms and fidgets. Its gray hair is unkept. Beware, its deadly dust. That's scary. Yeah, exactly. Where is it? Uh-oh, it can get to me too. Well, let's fight it, shall we? We shall fight the badger. The badger. I should really open this area up a bit. And by a bit, I mean a lot, actually. That'll hopefully get most dwarves inside. And then all of these dwarves can go up to here. So I do have the new sprites, they just don't have colors. Because colors, you need to generate a new world. I'm not even sure what it's fighting. It's just hurting itself. Oh, it's fighting with the helmet snake. There it is. And now it's bleeding heavily? Please tell me its dust is just going to make it bleed to death. The fall damage seems to be hurting it. Oh shit, he be dustin'. He do be dustin'. Oops. They see me dustin'? They hatin'? Is he stuck in a tree? Huh? Uh-oh. Well, see you later, Erish. Nice knowing you. Very brave, Dwarf. Did the falling. Gone fishing indeed, yep. Fishing for lava.
Bring out your dead.
And this beast is stuck in a tree. Well, I'm just going to leave it there for a little bit. I'm also going to go over to here and lock at this door. Turn this off, and let's just focus on the basement for right now. We'll fight that thing later. It could probably break that door down, but that'll do a pretty good job of disincentivizing that. And this... I can now cave in. Helmet Snake 1, Forgotten Beast, stuck. The Queen is gonna go do it. Wow, the honor. Oh no, absolutely, Neezer. You are completely correct. We'll 100% do that. And I look forward to it, frankly. There goes the frames. Oh, trust me, the frames in this fort have been stuttery for a long time, and this is not going to cause it to go any worse or better. Everybody's been saying that. It's like, no, this fort's just been stuttering for some reason for the past 5 years, and it's been slowly getting worse and then slowly get like this. And this is nothing new. And the cave-in won't damage the frames at all. The frames have just been kind of tough ever since I've been draining the magma sea for some reason. This fort is 19 years old currently. So who's ready for this to all collapse? Here she goes. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Demons? No. Uh-oh, I hit somebody. I hit Wood Eye! I think. Did I? Do I have the Dwarven calendar memorized? No. I've never tried. I usually just look at the wiki. I'm not, like, a machine. But, like, I mean, it also flips depending on where you're in the world, so that doesn't help. I have a general idea, though. Certainly don't have the moons memorized or anything. No. Those were removed from the game. So I can assure you there are not 800 amphibian men hidden somewhere. Because those were removed from the game. I can walk around this. So let's start digging out this. The seasons and months? So it's not that who needs them, it's just I don't have them memorized. The question was, do I have them memorized in the YouTube chat? And no, I do not. Just like I don't have the Dwarven language memorized. I mean, why? Why bother? It's not really something that I feel the need to memorize. So this over here, right here, I need to seal. So I'm going to dig through this. Well, actually, I'm going to cave in this because that's easier. So let's start working on this layer. What about Urist? That is a name. Urist means dagger. I know that. I'll tell you this. I know enough about the Dwarven language that if I see a human name, I'll be like, oh, you were raised by humans. Like, that's a human culture name. That's about how well I have the Dwarven language memorized. Which is probably better than I need to have it memorized. This has probably been asked a lot, but do you play any mods or do I prefer vanilla? I generally play vanilla, but it's not that if I didn't stream, I would play with mods. The reason I play with vanilla is more of a situation of my reality than anything else. I play with vanilla primarily because, well, it's my favorite flavor of ice cream, but also because most of you probably saw my tutorials, right? So I have to answer questions a lot. And if my question is like asterisk with that's a mod, that's a mod, that's a mod, that's a mod, it gets difficult. So I prefer to just have the vanilla aesthetics because the aesthetic mods don't really do anything for me. The game's hitching again. The aesthetic mods don't really do anything for me. And the visuals are partially lost on me. I don't really care about the aesthetic mods, and mechanical mods just kind of add variety. They don't really do much gameplay-wise for me, and I want things that do more to the gameplay. I've definitely done themed runs in the past where I play with overhaul mods, but there aren't really a lot of overhaul mods right now that interest me that much, so maybe one day. But it is largely because I'm the tutorial guy, and I was actually kind of talking about this the other day, where it is kind of one of my few regrets about becoming the tutorial guy for Dwarf Fort, is that because I'm looked to as a learning tool for so many people, it's difficult to, mess with the game in that way. The Forgotten Beast, Kung. K-U-N-G has come. Kung has come. A great scaly salamander. I was hoping it would be a gorilla. King Kung. It has thin wings of stretched skin, so it's a slimy dragon. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its deadly blood. Whoops. A lot of things are happening right now. Oh, and it's very far away. It's in the layer that I don't really have access to at all. Outside of here, which currently is sealed off too. Not too concerned. Kung Fu. He knows Kung Sam, not Kung Fu. To Godzilla? More like Kungzilla. Kungzilla, Kung All. Yeah, exactly. So and because like Dwarf Fortress modding is more Dwarf Fortress retheming, mechanically, I don't find the game that much more interesting to be completely modded. You can mod the game, and I encourage you to. I've got nothing against modding. There's some people who go around saying, he hates mods. I don't. I just don't personally use them the vast majority of the time. So, Kung is king in Swedish? Well, that's cool. So it's king. I don't use audible alerts. Yes, that is a modification to the game. But I don't use audible alerts. I find it extremely annoying. Airrush, that was the dwarf I dropped into lava at the very beginning. Nope, that is not from audible alerts. That is a vanilla feature. The something collapsed sound is not audible alerts. That's fair. I quite like the blue, actually. I find the darker thing just makes the game a little hard to look at, especially above ground. I don't know. I feel like it doesn't quite fit the art style, the darker ones, but I mean, hey, if you like them, use them. Your catapults stood no chance. Catapults have a hard time killing, like, animals, let alone a dragon. I respect the dedication to actually using catapults. Most people don't do that these days. Game's hitching again. I may have to look into the frames again. I wonder. Something else I'm going to try. So I'm seeing a lot of this. It's like target inaccessible. And, well, that's for a fist fight. But for hauling items, I keep seeing that. So I'm wondering if that might be like there's items inaccessible in the caverns that they're trying to get to. So let's actually go to this layer. And do a forbid everything task. Through that layer. This one will lead, basically like from here down to the magma sea. That's what we're trying to block off here. I mean, cage traps are the way to catch dragons, correct? But fighting them can be fun sometimes. I currently... so Orangutan Appreciator in YouTube chat is asking if a ballista hallway is still a good setup. I don't think ballistas are good, period. But I'm withholding judgment until the Siege update, which is reworking them, comes out. I don't think that ballistas are good at all. They friendly fire your own dwarves and are unwieldy and unreliable and need to be reloaded, which makes them even more unreliable. I don't like them at all. But they can be used effectively. But personally, I don't like them at all. You stopped fighting them head on after the Bronze Colossus melted. It was melted in one shot. I always like that they can just like destroy bridges, dragons. But yeah, I mean, nothing has really changed in regards to ballistas currently, but they're going to change probably pretty dramatically in the next few months. So personally, I would just wait, and then, or unless you want to experience them in their current state, and then mess with them in the next few months, is what I would do personally. But should actually put this a little further up. Let's go up to here. There's a giant rat. Pull this, and then we'll link the lever to that when this is done. Then we're going to cave in this back piece. Toasted your entire fort every Z level? Yeah, they do have a habit to do that. Habit of doing that. Whew. In YouTube chat, Orangutan says, I once long ago had a pretty sweet ballista hallway setup, but you have to make sure that the hallway is vacant. Yes, that is true. Toolball, the cheesemaker, has been missing for a week. I have no idea what happened to Toolball. Must have been something with the cave-in. We've had a lot of fun disappearances under unfortunate circumstances, but such is life when you're doing this kind of excavating. No, they are not. Fire snakes are not dangerous. They're vermin. They are harmless. They just look kind of funny. That is awkward to get to right now, jeez. This might cave in a second. I maintain, I think that Ballista are bad. The reason I think Ballista are bad is because they are designed for a two-dimensional game, and Dwarf Fortress is 3D. So mechanically, they are, like, faulty in the current game. You can make them work, but I can also defend a fortress with toy axes and a minecart. So just because you can make it work doesn't mean I will say that they're good. I don't think Ballista are good in their current form. However, you can make them work. You know, with boulders and a drawbridge and some creativity, you can break some skulls. I don't think it's a good strategy, but you can do it. Whereas Mark's dwarves are now kind of incredible. With siege weapon defenses, you will as soon as they fix them or update them, which is happening soon. I'm not gonna. I will tell you right now, I have zero plans to do that, Sam. So please don't like beg me to do that because it's just gonna have me going no and then repeating myself. And I really don't want to just do that. That's just not pleasant for anybody. Ballistas aren't good IRL. Yeah, try and use ballistas against modern tanks and you'll have a really bad time. I've done a few forts with stuff like that, yeah. It wasn't quite 8 months ago, but... If anything, Mark's dwarves are OP ATM. But that's the thing, though. Enemy Mark's gobs are way stronger now, too, so it kind of balances out. You wouldn't mind if their rate of fire went back to pre-patch? It's not the rate of fire, it's the aim. The rate of fire isn't why they're strong now. It's the fact that they can aim at the head, Clem. That's literally, like, they were not that much weaker before. It's the fact that they can aim at the head. Also, didn't they used to fire faster? Like, the rate of fire was set so that they're slower now. So if you change the rate of fire back, it would speed up the rate of fire, not slow it down. They can now just move while they're shooting, so they can strafe. Currently, Sam, the plan is to invade Hell in this fort and use Mark's dwarves as the way of defeating it, ideally. That is the plan for this fort, so we're working towards that. I'm not going to completely rejigger what this fort's for. It skewered your boys. Yeah, the thing about ballistas is, like, they friendly fire, whereas catapults don't. They shoot like machine guns? They always did. No, they are not faster now, Clem. They slowed them down. That's why people are eating and drinking in slow motion, is because they slowed them down. And that affected the wrong things. They literally shoot slower. But they're more accurate. Go look at any footage of me shooting Mark's dwarves before. They did that before. Not from my observations, Neezer. But, alright. It's roughly the same from what I can tell. So. Alright, anyway. I mean, I don't know. They'll probably get some sort of rebalance, and that wouldn't surprise me too much, but I don't think the rate of fire is the reason they're much stronger. It's the fact that they can actually aim for the head now that makes them stronger is kind of the point of my argument here. But if they're shooting faster, I mean, hey, if it needs a rebalance, I'm sure it'll get it. I wouldn't be too concerned about that. Okay, let's just go right across. Oops, wrong tool. Tarn has stated many times that he has zero interest in adding guns to Dwarf Fortress because they do have like a kind of window of technology that they want arrow-wise from human world, and they don't want to breach that. Nope, training is exactly the same. But you can adjust the ammo types they use for training within the equipment screen. But you have to do it on a squad-by-squad basis. It's not a global setting. I am of the opinion that everything should be buffed, and you shouldn't really nerf anything. Because buffing everything makes everything more fun. So it's like, if dwarves are too strong, make the baddies stronger. Don't make them weaker. I think Mark's dwarves are in a really cool spot right now. At least there is a use for bolts now. No, totally. Well, there was before. They used to be really, like, people were saying that, or in YouTube chat, they were saying that ballistas are really good enemy army softeners, but not great at, like, taking them all out. I feel the exact same way about Mark's dwarves. They used to be really good enemy army softeners, but they've never been great at taking them all out, if that makes sense. I think if you want to use guns in vanilla, just download a mod that adds guns to vanilla. There's several right now. Granted, one of them is 40k, but hey, game's frozen right now, so I can't do much. When you end up doing these kind of large projects like this, you end up with lag periodically. It's just kind of the way of things. It sucks, but it's the way of things. Holy shit, really? This would be the first dance. Like getting blood everywhere? So effective is what you're saying. Oh, I think I know where some of the frame rate issues are coming from right at the moment. Also going to eat everything that's in a cage. Yeah, it's not a 1 in 50 chance that they will hit them in square in the chest and destroy their heart. It's now they're aiming at the chest the entire time, or the head all the time. Noobed. The game's frozen, so. Man, the game was like really hitchy last time I streamed, and then it got better, and now it's really hitchy again. I managed to make it better yesterday, but... It goes to like 0 frames a second for like 20 seconds, and then it pops back. I think another thing I should probably try is going down into here. Oh. Wait. Let's get rid of this. Get you back inside. Pull this lever. You're telling a story. It's the Guild of Granite forming in 1077. No, I never open Stone Sense. Stone Sense also hasn't been launching on my computer for a bit, which has been weird. No, I actively kind of dislike the look of Stone Sense, so I never think to open it really unless people beg me to. But like I said, it's also had trouble launching recently. I'm just going to do this. And just extinguish that, just in case the smoke is part of it. Because frame rate overall right now. No, I'm good. I mean, it's always been a thing that I've only ever used when people in chat beg me. So if I have an easy excuse to not use it, I'm actually kind of happy about that. To me, it's just a screenshot tool. Maka. That's all it is. Also, thanks for the combo. I didn't really notice it, but it's kind of hard to see combos for me unless I'm looking directly at a thing. Is anybody linking? Nope. Okay, I gotta do that. The $1.35. Appreciate you. Whomever did that. Darius and Dash. Thank you. I mean, it doesn't look terrible. It looks great for a, like, free, open community project, but I don't need it to describe the game visually. Some people find it useful. I find it harder to parse, actually. But the mysterious dungeons cannot be melted. That makes sense, and that makes you sense. Those aren't divine metal weapons, unless they're, like, called something metal. If you're talking about, like, the primordial weapons, which are the ones with the powers on them, those can't be melted, yeah. I've had them in my forts before. El Duderino, thanks for the 2-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you. During the slow summer months, help keep the channel funded. Goes a long way, really does. Because right now we're about $100 US away from the daily minimum, so appreciate you, man. And folks on the YouTube stream, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. There's 71 of you watching, and 30 of you have left a like, which means you guys got some liking to do. Are you guys lichens? Because you look like a mushroom. You wanted some armor or so? Yeah. I mean, that is very much a placeholder feature. Even Tarn has, like, expressed his, like, dissatisfaction with the feature. Right? And, like, I agree. It could certainly be a lot better. Do I literally just have the one butcher shop? Probably make a few more of those. I think I literally just have the one butcher shop. I mean, you did. So lots of people haven't. In regards to the likes in the YouTube chat. And also, when it comes to the frame rate in this fort, I don't mind lag. Especially when you're playing, like, long-term forts like this one, where you're the capital and whatnot, and, like, draining the lava sea and other silliness like that. The part where I start to take issue with lag is when it becomes, like, this, where it stops. The whole game freezes. That's when it gets rough. Like, I don't mind a constant lag. It's the intermittent hitching that I hope to be able to solve. Like, I'm kind of thinking about just killing the 2 vampires or booting them out of the fort, because they may also be part of it. Thank you for all the guides and streams. You're the best. Well, cheers, man. Happy to help. I hope and aim to remedy myself from my former reputation, which is going to be impossible, but maybe it's a good idea to save. I haven't had a single crash in this fort. I'm not worried about that. And this has been going for like 5 or 6 years in game now. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it periodically gets better and worse. Right now it's a little bit worse, but it's been better. So I mean, it doesn't really matter if they're making the game lag right now. I don't think it's the vampires. It's just like a kind of me pulling at strings at this point. I did a lot of diagnostics yesterday, and like this is one of the other consistent things that I see. Let's see if I can forbid that. Is there stuff up here in the river? Let's forbid these carp skeletons. Forbid all this stuff. But yeah, I don't really know. It could be any number of a lot of things right now. More than 200. We're also out of bedrooms again, so. And then it itches again. It's this that's the issue. It's a little maddening. But, you know, I have done kind of a ridiculous amount of work in this fort, so. And, like, the kind of frustrating thing is when it's running, it runs just fine. Like, this is 50 frames a second right now, which is great. So that's kind of the frustrating thing is it's like, it runs great, and then it hitches, and it's the hitching that is the problem. I'd rather it just ran at 25 frames a second and didn't hitch. So I need to slowly go through and figure out what the cause is. Also, maybe just watching dwarves walk around for a while could help, because if I can find like a issue with pathing in an area, I'm also trying to just slaughter a lot of the livestock, hoping that'll help. There's something that happens that bricks stuff up, yeah. I've also tried forbidding everything on the whole map, and that didn't fix it. So, like, I've tried exterminating various critters, like birds. But yeah, it just bricks itself down to 1 frame a second and then takes a while to recover. We tried turning off temperature and weather and multi-threading and turning them all back on. So, yeah, I don't know. And then the other thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to go up to this and go cage. Where's my zinc cages? They're there. Melt those down. Melt down the nickel cages. Melt down all the lead cages. Melt down all these. Nope, don't do that. So I'm on a Linux PC. I don't have a System 32. So I did that several years ago, in fact. Actually, unironically, something I haven't tried doing is I haven't tried moving it over to Proton, seeing if it's a Linux issue. Because it did sort of start around the time the last patch came out. So it could be something like that. Hi, work here. I'm blind. Day passes and runs in the port's background. That would be weird. That would just make the saving really longer. I mean, here, why don't I do this? I'm just gonna swap it over to Proton and see if it keeps happening. Why don't I just do that? I could open another fort, but I don't really want to do that. I'll just save and open it up in Proton, and we'll see if that fixes it. That's basically the only thing I haven't tried at this point. Otherwise, I'll just stop complaining and keep playing. Because I want to finish this fort, and lag be damned. It does make it kind of annoying to play, but oh well. DF's Linux version is always giving me hiccups. It hasn't for me for like the last year. Is it easy to switch versions? Linux versions? You mean like distros? That's like installing a new OS. Swapping from the Windows or the native Linux version of Dwarf to the Windows version of Dwarf takes like 10 seconds. It's just like right click and then it patches and then done. It takes a little longer for bigger games, but you have to like basically just install the Proton layer. It takes a few seconds. It's about as long as like swapping between beta and non-beta versions of normal Dwarf. It's very quick. I just have to right-click the Steam install and then check a box and then restart the game, basically. It's like 4 megabytes of downloads. If it has anything to do with visitors and world events, I don't think so, because it started shortly after the Marksdorf patch released. I kind of doubt it. Also, I have no visitors on the map. There are no visitors permitted. I've done that for a while in almost every fort. I thought for a while it was pathing, but... Well, switch from native to compatibility mode is what I'm doing, more or less. Sort of what Morass says. Switching Linux distros would require me installing a new OS. But I ain't doing that. Properties, compatibility, force, Proton. Wow, I didn't even see it download. It did, but... Oh, no, it's not. Proton, what the fuck? Oh, I see. Wrong button. Force compatibility. Proton, there we go. And done. Now I need to make it capture again. Give me a sec. A whole separate partition for /home thing. Yeah, one of these years I'll do that too. I've done that on my laptop. I'm just too lazy to do it on this computer. This computer, like, I think the next time I would do that on this computer is when I have a new computer. Like when I have a new primary hard drive. So now I don't even have DFhack running, just for reference. But, so this is just a clean, yeah, it still have, see? It freezes like almost immediately. Let's let it run for a little bit. Yeah, it's exactly, actually it's running worse. So no, it's definitely just the fort. I'm going to just swap back to running natively so that I have DF hack again. I'm not 1000% I'm not going to retire and unretire. While it might help, I just really don't want to do that. I mean, at that point, I kind of don't want to run the fort anymore if I'm going to do that. I will fix this. It runs in wine, supposedly, Voco. I don't own a Mac and probably won't ever own a Mac, so. But someone in chat has repeatedly stated over the years that it runs just fine in wine. I think at this point, like, my only real choice is to periodically turn on and off jobs and see if something fixes it, and or just deal with it. I mean, I just turned off Mark's Dwarves. That's another Hail Mary that I think, or not Mark's Dwarves, Hunter Dwarves. It's another thing that I'm a little bit suspicious of. Do weapon powers work in Fortress mode? Yes. Not often, but I have seen them use them. I had a militia captain that liked to shoot out ice bolts. Mostly, I don't want to keep messing with this small bean lad. I just kind of want to play. I'd rather play with hitches at this point than keep messing with it. At least keep messing with it on stream. Find all your doors up, running up and down Z levels all at once slows you down. I mean, everybody pathing to the same place can slow the game down because it's a lot of math that the game needs to do. Now we back. Also fix stuck merchants. Fix retrieve units. Just run all the usual suspects that can hurt things. And get back to this. With a new motherboard and GPU, do you have any idea what you're going for? I know that the next upgrade I do for this computer would probably be a new graphics card, and I'm likely going for the, yep, still happening. And I'm likely going to go for an AMD graphics card. But I'm also probably not going to do that for a year or two, at least. Although I have thought about like doing just like a fresh break with this PC and swapping out all of the hard drives with the exception of the onboard drives. Getting one more onboard drive because I got an extra slot, and then slopping out the sloppy drives, swapping out the older drives because I've got 2 hard disks and 2 what's a flash memory drive called that's not an NVMe drive, M.2. It's the other one, the I don't know, one of those things. I got 2 of those that are kind of old that should probably get swapped out. SSD. I wanted to say SID. I was like, what the heck am I thinking? Solid state. Yeah, that's the words I was looking for. There's too many acronyms and words, and I don't pay enough attention to tech to follow it easily. Yeah, I'm using a 3070. Not a super or anything fancy, just a 3070. So, but I would like, I'll probably wait for the next generation of AMD cards and then probably buy something from this generation is actually probably what's gonna happen. Because I'm one of those. I wait for that very sweet brief window where prices drop in between generations because I don't need to play games with all of the thing turned up to maximum. I'm okay. And I can play modern games at medium settings and I'm kind of okay with that. Runs at 90C. It's because it's fat and has a lot of thing make number go big. Am I how correct am I, Fistfire? I mean, I've got a 7800 X3D, so that thing ran really hot for a bit. But I you know, I have a pretty big Noctua cooler on it, so I'm not too concerned. I'm also very happy with my 7800. I'm probably going to keep that for a while. Quick question about Magma Safe screw pumps. Elevators guide. I saw the blocks they do have to be Magma Safe. Whoever's saying that they don't have to be Magma Safe is wrong. Don't listen to them. The blocks need to be Magma Safe. All right, we're about to do a big cave-in. Who's ready to see some lava go whoosh? You may want to look up. Oh, never mind. I fucked up. Where did I fuck it up? Oh, I fucked it up right there. Shit. Never mind. I lied. False advertising. I'm sorry. I will fix. Woohoo! Woohoo! Yeah. I need to get rid of that. Yeah. This is an outrage. I'm sorry! Please forgive me! A lot of people play video games on laptops, and people don't like to get rid of laptops. Like, as much as Microsoft would like you to get a whole new PC every 3 years, that's just not reasonable for most people. So, like, yeah, no, that doesn't surprise me at all. You will not stand for this? Well, good thing you're sitting, my friend. Please lie down. Then you can do or stand on your hand. Will you stand on your hands for this? You know, there is something really dumb I could try. Is I could make a cage and just try putting all of my livestock into the cage and see if that helps the frame rate. There is like a weird world where the livestock is part of it. So this is just going to be theory after theory of like what could maybe be causing it maybe. Probably for most of today. So hopefully you find that entertaining, friends. We're going to have Schrodinger's duck. Ginger Deadman. Dreadman. I think I call you Ginger Deadman once every time I see you and then realize it says Dread moments after I read it and then feel dumb. Let's also check something. Oh, my mare got booted out. So I don't need to make zinc anymore. You need crutches, you need cabinets, and coins. Okay, well, I'm going to make... Let's queue some stuff up. Gold coin. 3 every quarter. Gold cabinet. Rock cabinet. 3 every quarter. I also need to make a space for the queen, which I think the queen would want to live in the magma sea. Don't you, chat? I mean, is there a more queen-like place for a queen to live than down in the great magma sea? At least their tomb should be in the magma sea. So what I'm going to do is this. Anybody using this? Need a space that isn't currently being used by anybody. This. Just nuke this. Get rid of this. It's currently getting used by the Dungeon Master in his office. The Queen can have that temporarily. So that they have an office. And for bedroom... This could be the Queen's bedroom. Right above the vampires. Right below the vampires. It'd be kind of funny if she gets eaten. Put in one of those. Let's also go up to here. Grab these guys. Let's go here. Go to these guys. What is that? I don't actually know what that's a statue of. Can I make a gold statue and name it after you? Clockwork Dragon is a statue of Smash Calls the Creepy Burdens, an image of a cave crocodile named Smash Calls the Creepy Burdens in gold by Az. How's that? Clockwork. Oh, this noble's gonna have an accident because this noble is a human culture queen. And, but I would like to become the Mountain Home first. She is a human culture queen, and the human culture is one that I'm not currently at war with, but I know for a fact has kept slaves. And that is reason for all-out war for the dwarves. Also something I don't think I've mentioned yet today, which I should. Not this week, but Wednesday, because Wednesday's already over this week. Next week, Wednesday the 9th, 10 a.m. Pacific time. It's currently 11:36 a.m. Pacific time for reference here. Tarn Adams is going to be on stream. We are going to be talking about playing and covering, well, not playing, but I will play. But we're going to be talking about the next major Dwarf Fortress update, as well as the Marksdwarf's change. So if you have questions for Tarn and would like to ask him about something Dwarfy related, specifically relating to either Marksdwarves or Sieges, start thinking about your question, because it would be a good time to ask that. I'm happy to help grease your ego. How's the fort been so far, Gut? You're still alive. You're still alive. Somehow. You really want to be with friends and family, but you're doing okay. Still a member of the Sienna Creed. A little bit lonely. Fort's a little stuttery, but running okay aside from that. Dave Danger the Warlock is going into a strange mood. Very happy, Dwarf. Professional weaponsmith. Ooh. Exciting. I love the sus eyes exclamation point. The particularly secretive one. Okay, you immediately claimed something and then the game hitched, so I can't click on this. You want skeletons. You got pyrolusite. Oh. Well, I can't kill Kurt Colbert. I can, however, slaughter a dog. And this other grizzly bear. So chat, it's Thursday. I will be doing a stream tomorrow, but I will be doing the normal stream rules for Fridays where I stream until I either get hungry or tired, and my aunt and uncle would like to meet up for happy hour at a bar that they like, not on the other end of town, but about halfway across town. So plan for tomorrow is I will probably be ending at about 3. But we will be streaming tomorrow. I'm not entirely positive if I'll be doing Dwarf Fort. I might do something else tomorrow. I think there is a possibility I'll stream something other than Dwarf Fort tomorrow. That being said, there will be a stream tomorrow. I was thinking, how does a human representative, pro-slavery, capital punishment, and dwarf culture become queen? I'm headcanoning the pro-slavery part. But, I mean, if you actually look at Legends, a lot of royalty is acquired in Dwarf Fortress due to corruption. Like, bribery is actually a pretty common one. So, just like real life, basically. You gonna do a barbecue thing? Or something else? Hot dogs and hamburgers? Yeah, you have fun, dude. It's all good. It does come with the territory after all. Alan, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Helping me slowly crawl towards the daily minimum for the day. Which means if I stream for 8 hours, which is generally what I try to do right now, we make minimum wage. Without me having to give you guys, you know, a bunch of ad reads and sponsored games that you don't need to see. Speaking of not sponsored games, I should probably play some more Star Sector. I was just kind of getting into it. Probably would start a new run the next time I try it, but like, just starting to get into it and then just kind of forgot that the game existed. You know, standard me activity. But I should play some more Star Sector. I like this. Gut in YouTube chat's like, every time your dwarves make an artifact, you copy the description of it and send it to an AI, and then, or my wife, and then in brackets, she is an artist. And the only thing that comes to mind is, did you marry ChatGPT? Because the way you wrote that, it really sounds like you married ChatGPT. It's okay, you can say it. But, yeah. Sure. And has to make a visual representation of it. It is really cool. Like, the imagination half of Dwarf Fort is, like, one of the reasons Dwarf Fort is so cool. Don't marry ChatGPT. It's almost as weird as marrying a Super Nintendo cartridge. Or, it was Tetris that one lady married, right? There was that one person that married, like, a Nintendo cartridge, and I'm trying to remember what game it was. I think it was Tetris. It's just like that one person that married a ghost. It was like the ghost of a pirate or something, and then got divorced with the ghost of the pirate. You go back and forth in Star Sector. Yeah, I mean, there's elements of Star Sector that I think are really fucking cool. I really like the atmosphere of that game. But it certainly seems like a game that's easy to bounce off of. But every time I play it, I get a little bit more into it, so we'll get there. Is at least a neat concept. I mean, you could just say that you're really into pirates, because she married the ghost of a pirate or something. Wait, what? Can I get that linked up, please? Just gotta hop down to the Ren Fair. Yeah, just you just need a seance, and you need a Ren Fair, and you need somebody who wants to get possessed by the ghost of a pirate, and then get that person possessed by the said ghost of the pirate, and then marry the ghost of that pirate possessing that person. And then you get 2 spouses? This isn't nearly as like mind-breaking as the thing that was posted on Discord the other day, which I think we've solved now, which is the if a vampire is a cop and has a warrant, can it get into my house without an invite? No, I agree with I think that's actually my favorite part of Star Sector, actually, is the lore. Like, the world lore is really interesting, actually, which is something that really has surprised me about that game. I mean, you don't need... Okay, here's the thing. YouTube chat says, finding a priest willing to marry you to a ghost would be tough, though. Here's the thing. I present you a solution. Las Vegas. You could probably marry a fucking poker chip there. That'll collapse without any intervention from me. Okay. Also that, yeah. Boom, boom. Dave Danger, the Warlock, has created Moma's Toem, a nickel-silver pick. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I'm going to I'm gonna assign it to, oh, I need a messenger anyway, but, I'm gonna give it to the queen. And then give the queen my... Let's see if the queen picks it up, actually. Yeah, she does, it looks like. Because then I could get the queen to mine into hell with it, theoretically. You watched this stream through your tooth surgery, and thanks for that. It really helped take your mind off of it. You need to rest now. Hopefully the surgery went easily. Yeah, she carries it around. So it's worth 18,900 Dwarf bucks. This is a nickel silver pick. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval pyrolites and cabochons and studded with nickel silver. And it is adorned with hanging rings of fungi wood and menaces with spikes of native platinum and graphite. Granite, not graphite. On the item is an image of a chain in native gold. The old pick and chain. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Let's follow the link building to trigger job. Well, that's good, Camille B. Enjoy the sleeps. The thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go into here and I'm going to unsuspend that. I'm going to widen this up. Then I'm going to widen this up with more blocks. I'm also going to dig up through this, dig down through this, dig down through that. And then we'll follow the link building to trigger. I'm kind of just thinking that I need to make the pathing in this area better. I really hope that's just all the issue is. And as I slowly make the pathing better and give them less weird things to path around, they'll just get better at it with time. I really hope. Thanks for being around to get gifted a sub, I heard strippers. Appreciate you, man. Speaking of, I should check. The minimum. For reference, chat, I am currently 100 US, well, no, actually 90 US dollars away from the daily minimum via Twitch currently. If I hit that, it means I make minimum wage in Canadian dollars for my region. So we're quite a ways away, but that's if I work for or stream for 8 hours. Of course, that's not including like passive revenue from things like Twitch, merch, YouTube, so I am making more than that. It's just specifically for the stream hours. So if you happen to have a Prime sub lying around, do think of me. And YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. Because thanks for tuning in today. What am I going to do once the magma sea is empty? Well, the plan for this is I'm slowly, like, not emptying it. I'm not going to empty the whole thing. It's quite a bit bigger. Is I want to basically have this thing completely separated, probably down to about here. And my goal here is to get this to a point where it is basically possible for me to build around it. And then I'm going to try and invade hell, is the actual plan. Christian T. Rant, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. That's the actual plan, is to try and dig too deeply and greedily. Devil Dawn, thanks for the 10-pack. You're very kind. You know, yesterday, Darius hit 1,000 gift subs, and you are just behind, and it's kind of crazy. So, thank you for that. Okay, so we are going to pull this lever, and hopefully I'm not going to bait chat again into believing that I'm going to cave stuff in and not. So I'm going to pull this lever, and hopefully it caves in this time. Wish us luck, chat room. You tend to not overdo it. Please don't overdo it. When people overdo it, like I would rather you stay within your budget and tip within your means and not regret it, you know? That is definitely preferred for me. You're watching on YouTube, but you remember you have a Prime sub available. If you refresh, you can get a notification. Lapsus. But enjoy the watching wherever it's easier for you. Doesn't matter to me so much. Although I do know that there's a handful of people who watch on YouTube on like their TV and stuff, and then chat on Twitch. But, I mean, you do you. Okay, here goes another one. Let's hope it actually caves in this time. Ready, chat? I am. Yeah, now we're talking. Now we're talking. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to redirect this right here. And I'm going to do that by going to right here. Actually, just blocking this off entirely, probably. And then digging this way. And then channeling down right there. So I'm going to block off this walkway here. Going to get rid of this lever. I'm also going to need to get this flowing again. I think I may actually block this end piece off here. Like the video I uploaded about Doom the Roguelike? Zercrum? I like how you answer a question from the end of yesterday at the very beginning of the next stream. Damn, Celesty. Solid win. Good job. Actually, no, I don't want to do this. Now that I think about it. But I do need to open this. So I will be back in a moment, chat. I apparently need to go use the toilet. Oh, that's convenient. Conversations don't end, they only pause. Hey, at least I remembered. Sometimes I don't. But today I did. I don't know, sometimes conversations end. Depends on where the subject goes, really. So, Chad, how do you guys feel about this particular fortress? I think it's been very engrossing, and it's been fun watching it, but this has been much longer than I tend to keep forts alive for, so, you know, I'm looking forward to the next project after this one. I'll say that. What even is the goal of this fort? I want to invade hell. And I want to do it dramatically. And I want to do it dramatically within the lava sea. Is the goal for this fort. I know that deep embarks are very possible and very fun and very cool, which is when you embark in the caverns. I know some people like embarking deep embarks underneath oceans, where you essentially have no surface, but that makes migrants super weird, so. You kind of have to do some shenanigans to actually get migrants that way. Underground sieges are on hold, although in the Future of the Fortress from this month, which I skimmed through last night, Tarn says that he's working on cavern goblins. So I presume that that means goblins that are able to invade you via the caverns, which is kind of horrifying, but also kind of awesome in a weird way. Why the squared corners? Because this was a world gen fort and I haven't renovated the entirety of the surface yet. This was a embark anywhere fortress where I embarked on a surface structure and I just haven't renovated the whole thing yet. I renovated most of the center of it. I probably won't ever renovate the whole thing. I didn't build it is the reason. I didn't read Deep Elves, but I did make it as far as Cave Goblins. I presume that means caverns, but I could be wrong. Tibe, thank you very much for checking out a 5-pack. Appreciate you greatly. I mean, that would be fun. You know, actually, it would be cool maybe if the like the amphibian people and all those dudes end up being like elven accomplices. You know, maybe that's the route that Tarn's going. Is they're like elven like hired by the elves as mercenaries. Sam, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. I'm entirely speculating right now, but that could be cool. I'm just going to check the daily minimum now. Since there's an ad, well, actually I'll let them mine while that's going on. I'm currently $70 away, but I think I'm actually a little bit past that, but... Totally Not Creed, thanks for the Prime. Appreciate you, that's almost Hype Train. Thank you, Totally Not Creed, for the Totally Prime subscription. Totally Spies subscription. Construct building, could not find path. It's a lot of the could not find paths that I'm like, what exactly is happening? Also, Dear Crom, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Is it relatively bug-free? Dwarf Fortress will never be relatively bug-free. Like, relatively bug-free in Dwarf Fortress is almost like an oxymoron. Like, that's kind of... You kind of can't have Dwarf Fortress without weird oddities. It kind of comes with the territory. However, that being said, Mark's Dwarves have been reworked to a point where I think most people are happy with them now, including myself, which is nice. And of course, they're always fixing bugs, but bug-free, I don't know if that'll ever really happen. At least not to a point where, like, one can honestly say that without being a bit disingenuous. Yeah, there's very few, like, game-breaking issues in the game at the moment. You can bring back danger rooms. Simply go back to the version of the game where they were viable. The devs got rid of them because they were a problem with the game. So it's a good thing that they got rid of danger rooms. They added better alternatives. Like, you could still use danger rooms. Like, they're just less efficient than the more efficient, better in-game alternatives. So you could still use them. They're not really gone. They're just worse than training normally. Yeah, absolutely, El Dudorino. Like earlier today, Grumpy talking about not getting any migrants at all ever, which is, and then getting a queen and the Civ being healthy. Like, oh, that's very strange. Very strange. But the weird edge case is one of the things that keeps me coming back. Green Mage, thanks for the... Oh, hold up. Green Mage, thank you very much for the gift. Appreciate you. Bubble Page, thank you very much for the 29th month. Yay, indeed. Let's say level 4 hype, or currently heading towards level 4 hype train, needs 5 subscriptions at $25 in bits to level up. Classic example is the drunk cats. I mean, we had a classic example of a weird interaction like last week, which was the time slowing down due to them slowing down the fire rate of crossbows, right? Like, changing how crossbow works made dwarves sleep in slow motion. And sleeping in slow motion was enough that... sleeping in slow motion was enough of a change for the dwarves that, like, it made them almost die. Same with drinking in slow motion and eating in slow motion. Also bad. There's more than one other dwarf game, though. You want more creature types? Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people do. You're not alone there. Fortunately, those are super easy to mod in. I would like more official ones, though. Oh, hello, Godville. You managed to log into your Twitch account. Congratulations! Astra, thank you very much for the 3 months. Welcome back. And thank you very much for the hype train. We've probably cleared the daily minimum. It needs 10 subscriptions or $50 in bits to level up again. But thank you for all that you've done, chat. Appreciate you guys. Melting dwarf fat isn't a bug, though. That is the game working as intended, Mr. Noobed in YouTube chat. That is a intended mechanic. Uh-oh. Speaking of things that weren't intended, that wasn't intended to be turned on yet. I should turn that back off. Water? Why are you there? You shouldn't be there. Be somewhere else, please. What are you doing, water? Is there a world gen setting for increased animals? Animals appear evenly scattered based on the different biome types. So the more of each biome type you have, the more animals you have. I don't think so. Nope. Saltwater aquifer? No, I have not. I'm sure there's some weird edge case where that happens, but I've not seen them do that. I've not seen the military carry more than one shield when there's only one shield assigned. No, it would be the same animal dispersion regardless of the density. That would not, in fact, change it. Everything that I know about how animal distribution works in Dwarf Fortress wouldn't be changed by the size of the world. Oh, this actually ain't so bad. I could just let this run, actually. It's not exactly the way I wanted it to spread, but maybe I'll just do this. I just kind of want this over here to be sealed. Would have been easier to just let it flow, but... yeah, we should finish pulling it. Just be easier this way. You zone out for a second, then you hear melting dwarf fat. So the melting temperature of dwarven fat is lower than the burning, or is the melting temperature for dwarven fat is lower than the burning temperature for dwarven skin. So if you set a dwarf on fire, before their skin catches fire, their fat will all melt, which results in surprise, unexpected dwarven liposuction. Undesired dwarven liposuction, even. And if you ever see pools of dwarf grease on the ground, that's what that is. Hello, Chuck. It's good to see you in the YouTube chat. But yeah, you'd have to ask somebody who knows more about Dwarven World Gen than me. In regards to animal density. Thank you very much to the Hype Train for 24 subscriptions and 0 bits. Appreciate you guys. So my aunt and uncle left half of a pizza in my fridge, and I just got a text saying I can eat it. So yay, free pizza. All right. We're getting a lot of instruments because I imported a bunch of instruments. It's pretty good pizza too. It's like it's 2/4 of a pizza, or 2/3 of a pizza, more like. 2/3 of 2 different pizzas. It's a really broken sentence. But now it is trading o'clock, so let's do that. I've ever had a Detroit-style pizza. So I'm going to be an asshole from the internet. You mean a lasagna? Yes, I've had many lasagnas. Lasagna's delicious. I've never had a deep dish pizza, if that's specifically what you're asking about. I also don't really have any interest in it. I'm more of like a thin crust, like low carb pizza kind of person because carbohydrates kill me because I'm diabetic. So I don't really have much interest in trying a deep dish pizza. But if somebody plopped a slice of one in front of me, I'd eat it. I will try almost anything once within reason. Okay, then I don't fucking know what Detroit-style pizza is. I've never been to Detroit, so Is Chicago deep dish, then? I'm not a pizza connoisseur. I like a thin crust pizza. I'm not picky on pizza, really. Please don't cover it in meat. If the only thing you've put on it is meat and cheese, I don't really want it. I want, like, primarily veggies with maybe a meat. A singular meat on it. Not piece, but singular type of meat, and not overwhelming. Because then it's just too much fat, and then it takes too long to digest the already really carby food, and then I die. That's usually how that goes. But yeah, I mean, I don't generally go after super carby foods, but I'll try almost anything once. I'm just way less pizza weird than some people, I guess. I think that arguing about what pizza is better than other pizzas for the sake of starting arguments is one of the most moronic internet habits of all time, though. That is a take that I have that I stand by. I think that, like, if you talk about pizza and argue about pizza, you need to grow up a little bit. That's my take on pizza. That I stand by. I'll say that everywhere in the world makes good pizza. Everywhere in the world also makes bad pizza. Some people have pizzas that they like, and some people have pizzas that they don't like. Some people have toppings on pizzas that they like, and some people have toppings on pizzas that they don't like. But everywhere in the world can make good pizza. That's me being as diplomatic as humanly possible about pizza. The best pizza in the world is the one that I ate last. Yes, well, actually, those little toaster ones that have like the cube meats on them, can we just call that a food product and not a can we just agree that that is a food product and not a pizza? Or like those like build your own pizza cracker things also aren't really a pizza. It's just a cracker. It's not great either. If we can agree on that, then life good. The internet has destroyed my ability to argue about things, bootlegger. Have you tried arguing with like 10,000 people at the same time that all have the same argument that you already know that you're right against, but you're not gonna bother because there's 10,000 of them and one of you? Been there! I feel this about pizza. Now that I don't need to know. Bootlegger. Please, I'm just gonna do this for the sake of literally everybody on Earth. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Please, thanks. Pineapple pizza is good. And anybody who disagrees with it is a child that needs to grow up a bit, and should just, you know, go eat whatever pizza they prefer. Leave that one for me. Pizza with an egg on it is pretty good, though. Like, get yourself, like, a slice of pizza in a cast iron frying pan and, like, sear that bitch and then put a fried egg on it. Mm. You hate cooked fruit? That's okay. I'll put a pineapple on a burger. It's also delicious. Pineapple on a burger with a little bit of teriyaki sauce, A+. Also, if you hate cooked fruit, I'm sorry to break it to you, but tomato is a fruit. So, I'm just saying. So pizza is covered in fruit, regardless of if you like it or not. Thanks for coming to my ASMR TED Talk about fruit. And I'm gonna do this now. Let's do some trading with these dwarves. Just tomatoes? All right. Sure. Just tomatoes. So you don't hate cooked fruit then? You don't. Factually incorrect. Strawberries are a berry, actually. All gourds are fruit, though? Bananas are a berry, too, which I guess would mean that, whatever those big, thick bananas are called, are technically a berry. Plantains, that's the word I was looking for. Paper cuts hurt me. Thanks for checking out a gift. I will say, when I learned that pumpkins are a fruit, my brain melted a bit, but it's like, what have I spent all of my life presuming? Clearly wrong information. What are plantains? They're a berry. All right, chat. I'm going to go grab myself a slice of pizza. I will be back momentarily, and I almost accidentally closed OBS just now because my mouse, when I put my headphones down, got bumped by my my mouse bumped a window on my second monitor, and so I almost closed OBS. That would have been a very suddenly disappearing stream. I will do that in a moment, but I'm hungry and want pizzas, so I will be back. I have a Mediterranean pizza slice and a, like, olive pesto pizza slice. It's pizza time. Yep. I don't have any bearded cooks. I'm gonna name this dwarf Tone. Actually, wouldn't Tony Pepperoni be a butcher? I feel like Tony Pepperoni should be a butcher. Because he's making the pepperonis, you know? I will do that after I name this Dave. This dwarf. Tony Pepperoni, the butcher, never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to the harm and detriment of those around him. He is emotionally obsessive, forming lifelong attachments to the pepperoni, and even if they aren't reciprocated by the pepperoni. He's prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He's probably in the mafia and lacks confidence in his abilities and does not generally seek retribution for his past wrongs. He's very stubborn and prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible so he can do his crimes in the mafia, and is curious and eager to learn. He tends to seem the worst of two outcomes was the one that comes to pass. He's quick to anger, and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is very humble, and he generally acts impartially. He's rarely moved to mercy, and he tends to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally sees lying as an important means to an end, and sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and likes slate silver shard and jute fabric, as well as the color dark chestnut. In Twitch chat, there's a redemption that people can use to redeem names of things. In YouTube chat, I sometimes ask people to throw out emoji, and then if you are the first person to post it, I let you name a thing. It's kind of random in the YouTube chat, and it's a bit less random in the Twitch chat. Or you can pay me money through Twitch to just name one occasionally. Which is tier 2 subscribing. Where am I at? He likes the words of the watchful amethyst and the sound of the cobalt boulders, and when possible prefers consume deer, herring, and cassava beer, and sweet pod seeds, and absolutely hates bats. He has a pet billy goat, and is content after eating a pretty decent meal, but exasperated due to the rain. I mean, if you read anything in the voice of Tony Soprano, everything sounds like Tony Soprano. I'm not going to do a terrible Italian accent. I will say Tony Pepperoni once, but I'm already embarrassed, so. My dignity is cheap, but it's not that cheap. I should rewatch The Sopranos. I never watched the end of it. It was one of those TV shows where, like, I was, like, 2 seasons behind it in real time, and then it ended, and then I stopped. Because I remember, like, getting it from the Swedish Public Library as it was airing. What was I doing? Screenshot. Okay, well, that's draining out, which is good. I think I should do this, actually. Let's go. Oops. Wooden wheel. $80. Tony Pepperoni made you laugh? Ah. I know you said Madonna, not Madden, but has anybody else seen that Nicolas Cage is going to play John Madden in the John Madden movie? I have, like, no real interest in football, Madden or John Madden, but I did play John Madden football a bajillion years ago on old consoles, and kind of want to see that impression. Yeah. Lamau what indeed is the correct response, which was more or less what I said. I was like, what? Why? I think actually was what I said in my head, because I wasn't talking to anybody when I saw that that was a thing. But that's a thing that's happening. So. Also, John Madden Football, the movie, is maybe one of the silliest concepts I've ever heard of for a movie. But I guess makes sense, because Hollywood. Nicolas Cage's agent is, I think, Nicolas Cage. I still need to watch The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. You know, Demo Mixed Storage Huge. A friend of mine uploaded one of the videos that went viral of that meme when it was new. The Moonbase Alpha memes. Because on YouTube he says, like, I hope that they include a, you know, a Moonbase Alpha reference in there somehow. John Madden. How are you? Good times. I laughed really fucking hard when my friend was recording that. We played that game for like 40 minutes. It was a great time. It was just a lot of the My Little Pony theme song and John Madden. My name is John Madden. Great educational content. Maybe the greatest educational video game ever made. That's one that I remember very fondly. If nobody knows what we're talking about, that's probably for the best. But it's the only, that I'm aware of, officially released NASA video game. Officially licensed NASA video game? Oh no, I mean, it is definitely like a not exactly high-budget edutainment software, right? And yes, it does only take about 10 minutes to complete the actual game. And then you just fuck around in space and moon gravity in third person in a multiplayer server with voice text on that you can't turn off. That's so jokes ensue. Chaos happens. Oh, you never finished it? Oh, really? Okay. Well, we did. It didn't take long. It's literally just like plug in these wires and then push a button and then you get a cutscene. I know how you know, Demno. I am well aware of how you know. That was back when I was uploading Counter-Strike and Crossfire montages to YouTube. This was a long time ago. All right. Oh, yeah, no, they literally can't get here. Okay, well, that explains that. Let's just do this. Oh, also there's a hole there. That's also probably part of the problem. It's just because I am a product of a very specific era of the internet. And you're just getting that condensed thrown at your face every stream. What you eating? Leftover cold pizza. And 1 frame per second, mostly. How you doing, Quino? Stir Anger. Hello, Stir Anger. How is Stir Anger? Or is it Strength Anger? Is your name Stranger or Strength Anger? I'm not sure. It's like you're either a barbarian or you're strong and angry. I'm not sure which. Or it's Stranger. Or maybe it's Stranger Danger? Could be anything. The work is mysterious and important. Saint Anger? Oh, maybe. I didn't even think about that. But there is an R in there, so. You have half a sub sandwich in the fridge calling your name? There you go.
Oh.
Cyrelac, I missed you at the start of the streams these days. Thanks for the 57th month, man. Welcome back. I'll also have you know, Cyrelac, whenever you come up in... whenever taxidermy comes up in conversation, I end up talking about you. Specifically, like, the zoo animals that you've talked about in the past. But hopefully work has been good. And thank you, Dario, in YouTube chat. The current goal right now, by the way, is I am trying to get rid of lava, hollow out the lava I've gotten rid of, and eventually invade hell. In no particular order. And I've got a stuck dwarf here. Which, like... hopefully there's nothing bad behind this. Because there could be. We'll find out in a sec. Well, there's lava. Soon there won't be. That's good. When there isn't, then you can go down. So there is a tool outside doing something to the road. Which, with the windows closed and my headphones on, sounds kind of like a tinnitus flare-up. I don't know what they're using or what they're doing with it, but it sounds awful. I hate this, chat. I really do. What a tool. Most definitely. I'm going to see if I can dig through this. But hope I will get Future of the Fortress up sometime this weekend, Clino. Because thankfully I got that other project done. So, Future of the Fortress is next. And so to anybody who's wondering how I'm saying STR, anger, strang, ER, SDRA, NGE, space R, they said, I've never heard somebody pronounce it that way before. All of the above is correct. So the answer to what that person's name is yes. So I'm just going to call you ba-da-dum-bum-bum-bum-ba-da. From a private herd in China. I don't even know what that is. Well, not the private herd. I can figure out what that is. I don't even know what a Pierre David's deer is. Why don't I just gamble a bunch? Let's just gamble a bunch. Please don't release any horrors of hell, thanks. Okay, just some fire. That's fine. Oh, it's extinct in the wild. Okay, that would be why I don't know what it is. May I ask what the private herd is for? Is it just like a conservation thing to try and keep it in existence? Or is this like somebody who's eating them? I don't know why I'm presuming somebody's eating them, but I always presume the worst when it comes to private herds of extinct animals. What's up, Walker Loco in YouTube chat? It's good to see you with the juice box. Well, Cyberlac works in taxidermy, right? So usually when Cyberlac is working on a weird creature, it's because it died of natural causes, but to be like used for study or like after a zoo's animal dies or something. Like the cheetah is the one that always comes to mind, where it's just like, yeah, I was doing taxidermy on a cheetah. It's like, what? So generally, I would assume it's like a more positive situation, but who knows? Who knows? I think I'm gonna work on this area. Lonely George? Tortoise that's the only one of its kind? I've never heard of this, so I don't know. That's so sad, though. Animals that... It's the only one left. So that one there is good. This one isn't. I'm just gonna dig through. All of this. And I'll cave in this along with it. To have a hunting stock and they sell permits via a lottery system. Oh, wow. Okay. Fair enough. That's not as bad as it could be, but I guess it is still kind of the equivalent of raising rare meat. All right, Dwarf, get back up. Come on, Necro. Want to try Rust again after tons of years of not playing it, but the queues today are like 200 players, so you'd rather watch some Dwarves? What's going on in Rust that makes you want to come back? Oh, you're going to go clean yourself. Fair enough, Dwarf. Most other animal shop does is hunted white-tailed deer. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. We got lots of those where I live. There was one in the middle of the road a couple days ago, so, like, you know, they're, like, as common as bunny rabbits here. Your friend was just trying to convince you to play again for the past 5 years? So wait, are the queue times normal? 'Cause that seems like a big queue time. I guess is the actual question. Is just like, is that normal for those queue times? Because that seems intense. Like, kind of like a long-ass queue. Oh, because it was a server wipe. Gotcha. Okay, no, that makes sense. That checks out. That's mostly all I wanted to know is like why the queue times were so big. Doing a multi-layer cave-in, I think. Let's ignore this corner. I was on the Pinta Island tortoise hatched around 1910. June 24th, 2012. It is a $250,000 for a ticket? Jesus. It's just a like the reason these conversations that Sarlacc always brings over are fascinating to me is because it's like a weird, I enjoy things that are a weird peek into a world that I have no interest in participating in or will never have the ability to participate in. It's sort of like high-end cuisine and food. It's like, yeah, there's never really going to be a situation where realistically I'm going to like ever go touring around and eat at Michelin star restaurants, but I'm fascinated by the concept, you know? At the end of the day, it's just like exclusivity industries are fascinating to me, I guess. Yours just crashed while saving? Oh, that sucks. That's the worst, Joshua. Speaking of, I was told to save by chat and then didn't. So I was eating pizza and was distracted. I know where they're going to come from. I don't know what layers they're going to appear on. But I know that they're going to come out of the gem tubes. And they are going to come out of them when I dig through adamantine. I don't know where they are going to be in the tubes, and I don't know at what point I'm going to run into them. I just know that they will be in those tubes, and they're going to come out when I start digging through adamantine. That's all that I know. Also, the Doom the Roguelike video only needs 5 additional likes to hit 1,000, which is cool. And we've cleared the daily minimum, by the way, chat, which is what I was actually checking. Okay, so those are not usually demons. Those are usually angels. Those are just randomly scattered throughout, but that's not really what I was talking about. The underworld, not the ones that are just scattered in there. I'm glad you liked it, Dadrick. I've had some people that really didn't like it, so the comment section has gotten a little gross, or hard to look at. Maybe not gross. Gross is the wrong word. But at the same time, I'm glad I made it. It was worth making. That's for sure. More engagement? Well, yes and no. It's only engagement if they watch the whole video, but comments are useful, so. I was talking earlier that it's getting terrible ad revenue, which kind of sucks when you spend a lot of time making something and then YouTube's like, hey, you get to make no money, lol. Which, but it's what it is sometimes. Jared Leto, the Forgotten Beast, has come. A gigantic feathered toad checks out. It has a bloated body and its fern green feathers are long and narrow. Beware its poison sting. Alrighty, Leto. Has 0 kills that we know of. And it is underwater somewhere. Oh yeah, no, totally. I really like the godlike metals. My biggest issue with the lava tubes for getting to hell is that they're full of diamonds. I wish there was less diamonds. Just make them normal gems, because diamonds used to be like this thing that was so rare. When you found a single diamond, I used to base a whole fort around it. Because diamonds used to be ridiculously rare, and now they're very devalued. But Mass Morass, thanks for the 16th month. Welcome back. I saw the badge disappear, and I was like, I never want to point out that somebody's sub badge ran out, just in case like they're not planning to resub. Don't want to pressure people, but thank you. Trip for youth group, and your boss was going to pay you for the normal rate for going, but I didn't get to go as none of the adults bowed out. Ah, boo. That's a shame. Yeah, that too. It's 1 year that they burn for, so it's not quite forever, but for all intents and purposes, it's forever. How much I've been drained since I started? Well, this used to all be filled with lava. So basically from like around here, this is about as far down as I've gone, although it's gone all the way down to here. So all the way down to here basically has been drained in spots, all the way up to here. So more than it looks like, plus all of this. So quite a bit in spots, not a lot in others. I mean, like, there's still like half of it that I haven't even found. I'm not going to drain all of it. There's too much of it, but I'm working on it. I'm working on chunks of it. Because there's a, another one of these over here too, which I'd actually forgotten about. But it is a slow process, I guess. In YouTube chat, a friend of ours here says that the game crashed while saving, and I just want to elaborate that. On the bright side, like, when the game crashes while saving now, I find it doesn't corrupt your save file most of the time now, which is really nice. I find that it used to be like a 1 in 5 chance that it would just corrupt your save file, and your save file would just be bricked. So, really glad that that's no longer the case, but yeah, it still sucks. Okay, so let's just go back up to here. Link this. Because I had a few save files bugged back, or bricked back in the day by that happening. Apple chips, ooh. I haven't had apple chips in a while. I had apple chips last time I went camping, actually, but it's been a while. I like apple chips a lot. Apple chips be tasty. It's gonna be a weirdly awkward cave-in, but we'll see what we can get done. It was late night snack the other night, and I think you should do more. I mean, if you have apples, you should do them. There's a giant apple tree in a public park out here. I keep looking at it when I walk by and going, man, I wish I had a dehydrator. And my own apple tree. It's a very large apple tree, and it looks very happy. I'm kind of jealous about it, but Stormwolf has been found dead. Stormwolf the Bone Doctor tantrumed pretty hard and has now been found dead. So rest in peace, Stormwolf. 'Tis a shame. So you might think that these dwarves are stuck. They're not. They're just loading back up, and it's going to take them a really long time. All these items are getting loaded up in real time right now. Right, I can't actually do that. Never mind. Through your work points before they killed the program and you love it? Yeah, my mom has one that I used to borrow sometimes on occasion. Oops. That seems bad. Uh-oh. Well, there goes one of my other miners. Goodbye, Cyril. Rest in peanuts. You'll be missed, good Dwarfus. Meanwhile, this dwarf over here is just, like, now injured. Which is also unfortunate, but, you know, comes with the territory of the job. This is also going to cave in, isn't it? So you're going to dig that and then go up to there. Continue. Go over to here, do that. Bob has been found dead. What killed you? Uh-oh. 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 So there's a forgotten beast in my basement. This is Leto, Hate Monkey, who's currently getting killed by Bambool, the Milker. Well, I'm just going to set to training so that he fights. Bambool is dueling with the creature alongside of Reg the Planter and Asmil. The creature itself is bleeding pretty heavily and is winded. One of my Marks dwarves stopped and started shooting bolts. That was Sniper. Sniper got a shot in the muscle, in the head, actually, which fractured the muscle and tore the shell. And down low here, we probably got the kill on the spear, right? Right? Yes. No, actually. So who got did you get the kill? Channel Fury? Channel Fury killed Hate Monkey. Struck the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with a pick, which tore the false ribs. Well done. Chat, can I get a round of, I don't know, congratses of some sort. Whatever works for you. For that dwarf who got the kill. Because I think that went pretty phenomenally well. Meanwhile, this dwarf just went thunk. Don't fall into the lava, Necrontyr. Or get hit by a boulder. Necrontyr is now dead, having fallen and gotten hit by a boulder. Which is shitty. What a way to go. I'm gonna try and get that dwarf out of there. Although apparently this is accessible, I have no idea how. Hangman as well. It's good to see you. Love Monkey since they killed it? Since they killed Hate Monkey? Love Monkeys. Brought this project brought to you by Love Monkey. Forgotten Beasts never triggered any traps. Damn no. They have the trap avoid tag, which means they don't trigger any traps. And they've always had that. They did change it so that Forgotten Beasts can sometimes break through doors, which somebody hates so much that they left a negative review after playing 700 hours of this video game, which is kind of wild to me. Especially because that was an intended feature which had been returned. Okay, so what was the name of the dwarf that did it? It was a miner, right? It was a dwarf with a pick. Was it Bembul who did it? No. Because I've already cleared it, and I do not remember the name of that dwarf. Was it the surgeon, maybe? No, it wasn't. It's that one I just added. Reg, maybe? There you are. Yeah, same. I didn't look at the name. I just thought they were a farmer. So Love Monkey killed it by hitting it in the upper body with the pick, which fractured the right false ribs, and thus they get the name Love Monkey. And never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to her own detriment and the harm of those around her. She is bashful, and she takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance. She is intellectually stubborn and rarely changing her mind during a debate, regardless of its merits. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. She doesn't handle stress well, and she likes to brawl. She rarely feels discouraged, and she tends to hang on to grievances. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really mind being outdoors, at least for a time. She personally dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and sees power as something to strive for. Is put off by family and sees no value in holding back emotions and refraining from complaints. And wait, she's put off by family and sees value in holding back emotions and values a harmonious existence. Is a fan of Vulcans and finds leisure wasteful and values sacrifice. Dreams of creating a great work of art like sulfurite, sterling silver, lavender jade, grates, earrings, anvils, and goats for their eating habits. The words of the North Way and the sight of the velvet meadows and when possible prefers to consume llama and seahorse and beetroot. Mine. And absolutely hates mussels. Got him. What's new? Like personally or in the fort? Personally, not a whole lot. I mean, paying a mortgage, you know, enjoying the nice, not super hot weather because we're really lucky here and it hasn't been super hot. In the fort, we are digging into hell and slowly and trying to hollow out the magma sea and also trying to figure out why the game keeps freezing. Tiny raid from Kestrel North. Check, and I get 2 tiny beers for Kestrel North and friend. I hope that your raid was good, or stream was good. Rather, not raid. I hope your stream was good, unless you were playing like World of Warcraft and raiding or something. But I hope your stream was good, and thank you for thinking of me to raid. Very few people raid me, so it's always nice when someone does. You were playing Stellaris? Was things productive in Stellaris? Necron Tier was one of my better miners, so that one kind of actually stings a bit. You suck at Stellaris, you're just farting around with your friends and causing chaos. Fair enough. Sounds like a good way to play a game. I mean, productive is in, did you have, like, fun? I guess is kind of more what I mean when I say productive. Which really is what matters, right? A bill and door. So do I have any billing? I do. Guess I should make me a singular billing door. You rarely finish a game of Stellaris is the farthest you've gotten in game. That's how I used to always play Civ. Never finish games. Just play. Have fun. If fun is had, then game is productive. Especially with big games that you can play for kind of ever. Okay, so let's do that. And let's just do burial. Oops. Burial -C. Oops. Burial -C. I used to always do that, Malim, but then I stopped around the time that I realized that just kind of takes forever. And like I've done forts where like I've tried to make separate tombs for every coffin, and then usually what ends up happening is somebody will die horribly, and then I'll just be like, nah, fuck it. So this is all separated. This area is not quite all separated just yet. Gotta go make food for child. You do what you gotta do. Like, chat, what is a, like, do you have any habits in Dwarf Fort where you try and always do something and then eventually either give up or then realize that it's futile? Because that's often me with, it's often me with... Maybe they just can't get here. Kind of looks like they can't get here. Curious. You love your statues of deities? That's not too hard, though. Because that's something you kind of only need to queue up once. For me, it's usually different types of rooms. It's like when I say I'm going to give every dwarf their own office and their own dining room. Stuff like that is usually when I give up. Yeah, for some reason, I like to keep kids' bedrooms close to their parents, but it's tedious and stupid. No, I've been there, Cricket. I've been there. Not gonna lie, the construction that's going outside right now might be the worst I've had to listen to in recent memory. This is like actively giving me a headache. Think about me, chat. Wish me luck. I need it. It's one of those times where working from home is tough. Jeez. Okay. So let's get... Migrants arrive despite the danger. Let's get this water flowing. You once put tombs between bedrooms? I've thought about doing the turning bedrooms into tombs and sealing them off after use thing. So like bedrooms are a one use case scenario, but that would be really hard to track. That would be really hard to keep track of now. Okay, so pulling this is going to get the water flowing. And the storm pups off to do the pull. Yeah, basically today they're cutting through concrete outside, and so like I'm periodically hearing more or less what sounds like a dentist's drill. And it's not pleasant. Very much not pleasant. So this is now pumping water up, which is going pretty quick. I'm doing the opposite of that, Brian, in this fort. Unless you're suggesting that for somebody else, but... Oh, I see. Yeah, that's like a habit that you always try to keep up with. Yeah, no. I mean, if that's what you're referring to, then yeah. No, I see that. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm currently just really, really hopeful that the sound that's going on outside goes away sooner than later, because fucking help. It is awful. Otherwise, this is going to be a short stream today, which I kind of don't want, but... Wish me luck, chat, I suppose. Anyway, could I get around to water? Because this water is about to pour into here, which is going to seal off some more of this. And then I'm going to turn it off pretty quickly so that we can then drain out this lower layer. This layer of lava right here can be drained out as soon as this is finished sealing off this chunk right here. Because when this has a seal all the way across it right here, then it is sealed off, and I can drain the rest of this lava out. And then I'm probably done on this side, at least for now. But currently just waiting for this water to fill and keep filling. Oh my god, the sound stopped. Please stop for like 10 minutes. I like calling it spicy water instead of angry water because I don't know what its emotions are. Res Witten? No, so right now there's some construction going on directly outside my apartment, which is really frustrating because about 3 weeks ago they just finished rebuilding this entire road. Now they're ripping it up again. Very poor timing. But they're ripping up the road and putting a power cable in it, which is fine. They should do that. But right now they're taking a saw and cutting through concrete because they just started today. And it's through the music, through my headphones, from outside, it sounds like the worst tinnitus you've ever had in your life. So it's not a tinnitus. I do have a little bit of tinnitus, but it's not bad. I only really hear it in a very quiet room. So it's not bad the vast majority of the time. Water is hateful and lava is spicy. That's how I think of it. Res Witten. So what if Tarn's gonna add another piece to the siege update next, what would you like to see come next? I'll say Sparky. I personally would really like to see the siege weaponry work next, if possible. That's kind of the next piece that I'm really excited to see. Is I would love to see the siege stuff. Because, man, I'm very curious to see what he does with catapults. Because right now, like, ballista are bad and unwieldy. But, like, you can make them work. Catapults just kind of do nothing. Like, they're just, essentially, they exist to train siege weapons. That's kind of it. Power company has been doing some sort of work in your neighborhood. They've been digging up the road and the cul-de-sac down the block and down across the street. Yeah. I mean, I got no issues with them, like, improving infrastructure around the area. That's not the problem. The problem is the noise. And hopefully it's just over quickly. But thankfully, the noise is temporary. Just kind of realized I should have done this one tile this way. Should have made it drop there. Whoops. Well, we'll just let this run for a little bit. They didn't the last time I unretired a fort, Mass Morass. They have not changed anything about siege engines, but that is on the to-do list. And they've said that they're planning to address that. That's all that I've heard. I mean, that is one of the biggest issues with siege operators, is that they run away like that. This actually getting shallower because of it all becoming obsidian is kind of fascinating how this happens. You know, if this just keeps caving in, I may actually need to. This might actually not be a bad way to get rid of lava. Because, like, it is draining out this side over here. But it is filling faster than it's really doing anything else. I did kind of screw this up a bit. I could dig over to here. And then just get them to channel in here. This would be kind of a danger move, but we'll see. How's the asking? Sure. It's mostly dust, is the yellow. Aside from that, it's just a whole lot of numbers, right? You can see all the sixes where it's causing it to drain. It's just the dust. I don't mind the blowers and the, like, lawnmowers as much, but it's just like this single tone that's making me go slightly insane. Won't it just refill? Oh, no, it will. I just want it to seal off. Because if I get it on level, then I can drain the remainder. But yes, that side will just refill. But that's not really the goal here. I'll show you the goal when it's completed, and then I think we need to go make some bedrooms. That's actually what I need to do. Start making some underground ones even. You really like ASCII fluids moving? It is, I've said this many times, it's like watching a sorting algorithm on YouTube. So channeling down there will cause it to fall one further south. Start a new fort in the middle of a haunted, joyous, and untamed wilds biome. Oh, good luck! First migration at a necromancer? I feel like that's the least of your problems. Like, truly? These problems are all self-inflicted. And this machine eats dwarves. It's like, I moved into the middle of the desert on top of a... and built my house on top of the world's biggest rattlesnake breeding pit. And for my birthday, I was given a bucket of cyanide. I don't think the bucket of cyanide is the problem here. Wait, did I destroy your teeth at some point or something? Yeah, I think that's about as much as it's going to drain there. It's neat, though. Just need all this sealed. That's all that we need. So who's coming down now? Hair is very easy to destroy. Don't worry about that. Hair isn't the concern that you should have. Hair can just be kicked once and it dies instantly. Hair used to be unkillable because it was like dwarves couldn't damage it, but that was fixed a long time ago. So there's lots of stories about hair being unkillable. It's kind of it's kind of a non-issue in the modern DF era. So I wouldn't worry about it so much. Okay, so, come on, Dwarf. You can make it there. I have faith in you. Sort of. Please. Walk swiftly, Bambul McLettergalaze, Dwarf. Combat log? You mean this? Oh, about the siege update. You don't know if it's even possible, but I would like to see a managed siege that starts from your fort. Oh, I mean, that's a planned feature, but like the way that you're describing it probably won't happen. Tarn wants to do something like to give us more agency over the sieges, but I almost guarantee you it won't happen the way that you're describing because of answers that he's given in the past. Not to be like Mr. Disappointment Monger, but I see that as very unlikely. Just because of the way Tarn has answered questions about like swapping modes before. It's very difficult to do in the code base, basically. I would like more control, even if it's like vague control. This is just me, but I don't think the current like sieging system is great, right? You know, just the 1v1s. I do kind of like the idea of you being the commander that stays at home though, you know? Like there's something I kind of like in like, there's a trope I kind of like in fantasy fiction where it's just, you know, the commander staying at home and giving out orders to their soldiers, and they're just sitting at home playing chess while the dwarves are like invading. You know, like kind of like the intro movie to Game of Thrones. You know, like I really like that as a trope thing. I think that's a very fun aesthetic too. So I kind of, I don't know. I would like some more control, but it doesn't need to be like super all-encompassing, I guess, you know? So once this is sealed all the way across here, I can drain the rest of this lava, and it won't refill. So. Also, is my camera frozen? Chat, my camera's frozen, isn't it? So, Should I just end early? Like, I'm just sitting here going like, you know, like my camera's freezing. This machine outside is giving me a headache. Chat's quiet. Let's see if I can fix this. There we go. All right. Well, I mean, I right-clicked reset source, which is more or less unplug it and plug it back in. It's not quite the same, but more or less. It's very similar. While listening to the stream, and I'm slowly going in. Well, actually, not slowly. I'm rapidly going insane. So, and chat's very quiet, or was quiet until I commented on it a minute ago. You stuck? Not anymore. Unstuck. Success. All is well, I think. All right. I should cave this in. All right, and then the other thing I gotta do is over here. Okay, so you are the thing that's propping this up, which has the lever connected to it. This whole layer here appears to be disconnected. This is disconnected. This is disconnected. That is inaccessible. Those are not disconnected, which means this area is still inaccessible. I've just got to do this right here. I really, really hate it when people are just like, well, I don't hate it, but I find it really funny, kind of. Hate is the wrong word. I don't really know how I feel about it. When I comment that, like, chat's quiet, and then chat's response is, become a PNG tuber. Okay, throw out my entire audience, completely change the entire theme of my stream to something that I don't like as much and play a character? Yeah, no, I'm good. If you want me to become a PNG tuber, please go watch another PNG tuber and don't watch me. That's, you know, how I feel about that. Never feels good. Also, vampires are out. It's somebody who doesn't have a camera pointed at them, and it's somebody who just has like a dumb fucking image. That's not how it read, Demo, but fair enough. Sorry if I jumped to conclusions. Grumble. The actual reason I'm, like, salty about that shit is it feels like a threat to my job to a degree. But hey, if I misjudged that, I apologize. You running up here, going north, up. I'm gonna go cut this down. This pathing is fucked. Where are you going? What? Oh, that's the way down you went. Okay. You're oddly peaceful 500-year-old world? Why is it oddly peaceful? The last kind of oddly peaceful world I had, necromancy never got invented. And the goblins kind of just got exterminated almost immediately. You know, honestly, Legends mode might be quietly one of the best improvements that has been made to Dwarf Fortress with Premium. It's like it's the only mode that is like, there isn't a single concession made, only improvements. Because it just adds tabs and hyperlinks. It's like, just fantastic. You just have to like write shit down and then back out of menus and then search for stuff. Necromancy doesn't have to be invented, but not all factions can acquire it. It, like, is invented at the start of every world, but humans can become necromancers and dwarves can become necromancers. But if humans or dwarves all get exterminated early, then nobody can become necromancers. Okay, so I'm gonna go to here and seal all this off. Seal all this off. Seal all this off. Seal all this off. And then cave this in. We're gonna do another, this is gonna be like a 3-level cave-in, if it works. So, wish us luck, chat. Oh, that's interesting, the FCC. That the mummy's the only body-bringing backing thingy in the world. Mummies are a very underutilized thing. I kind of wish they did things that was like more things than just like they're just other necromancers. Also, we're in an ad break, so I will pause. What's the main uses of cave-ins? It saves me from having to dig it out manually, and in some cases can be safer than digging it out manually. Because when you're digging out multiple layers, it's very easy to accidentally like make things break, and then that can cause dwarves to get killed by falling boulders, like what happened in Necrontyr, where a boulder hit him in the head and dwarf just went splat. So it kind of saves you from having to manually play Minesweeper, digging around potential dangers, and just drops it all at once. In some cases, it's also way faster. Not always, but I've done it before when it's been way faster to just cave the whole layer in instead of like very slowly and meticulously manually building it up. Also, I think my video on Doom the Roguelike helped get Jupiter Hell Classics demo its highest ever player count. Which is now at 7. Tonight on Stupid Engineering. Trust me, I'm an engineer. What the fuck has happened here? Maybe one of the greatest pieces of, like, YouTube media ever created. Trust me, I'm an engineer. If you haven't, speaking of random gems that you may not have seen, go look up Trust Me, I'm an Engineer on YouTube. It's a thumbs up. From a simpler time in the internet. Civs are far enough apart that there's no war. Oh, that's interesting. I had a world where there was like this tiny little valley that had its own dwarven faction in it. And after about 150 years, one of them discovered the secrets of life and death and built a tower in the middle of it and killed everybody there except for that necromancer. And then at some point, the necromancer died and the dwarves just kind of took over that tower and just lived there. But didn't become necromancers again, from what I could tell. I've seen a mummy show up in adventure mode or outside of adventure mode once. So I think Stone was there for that. It showed up in the caverns. There was a mummy that was on map. And I don't really remember what happened. It just kind of was there, and then it just vanished. Like, it appeared in the caverns. We fought with a bunch of zombies because of it, and then it left. It was very strange. I've only ever seen that happen once. So, mummies are mostly like an adventure mode dungeon, basically. They're kind of like necromancer towers, but more interesting to explore with more hazards. More threatening hazards, I guess. Is the way I'd describe it. But yeah, I really wish there was more things they could do. I really hope that like there's something to do with like the magical items or something that's attached to the mummies in the future. You know what, chat? I'm gonna go grab me another slice of pizza. I'll be right back. I'm gonna do that when this is done saving, because I need to pause this dwarf in front of the lever so that it doesn't all cave in without me seeing. That would be a shame. Right there. All right, now I'm gonna go get pizza. I'll be right back. I've returned. So let's watch this stuff collapse. Presuming it does. Wish me luck, chat. Let's watch it collapse. And it didn't, so I screwed it up somewhere. God damn it. I don't even know what's connected. Oh, is it this? Yeah, it's that. Well, it's literally this. Yeah, Legends is one of my favorite parts of Dwarf Fortress that I really, really like. There was one day where I did a like an 11-hour stream of nothing but reading Legends. Although I do really miss a feature from Legends mode. You used to be able to look at the map in Legends mode. I have to do this one more time. I really don't want to do this one more time, but... Which means I should be able to just do this. And then just drain out the last of this. Open between tabbing between a Fortress, Embark, and Legends. We discovered anything particularly noteworthy. Aside from that, it's a very calm world. Or peaceful, as you said. Yesterday we had a pretty fun discussion for a bit, which was... I kind of asked, what are some noteworthy stories you've had in Dwarf Fortress recently? I think a lot of the stuff that I've had so far, since the last patch at the very least, has all been very single point stuff. Where it's like, oh, this dwarf fired a bolt and it hit a forgotten beast in the eyeball and killed it. And it was made of wood. Which is just kind of cool in its own weird way. A lot of stuff with like very individual small actions, but it's been a while since I've had a really big picture narrative in my head. To the point where like I think I've gotten worse at it recently. But for me at least, I think that's often a symptom of burnout. When I get burnt out, and I have been very burnt out this year. Most of this year I've been burnt out. It's a lot harder for me to suss out the small stories, and it's easier for me to get off topic. which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing, but it certainly does make it harder for me to be consistent about spotting interesting narratives in Dwarf Fortress. I think the last bigger picture narrative I had that was great was the last fort that we did, where it was all the slaves that we were freeing. That was super cool. And crippled 3 dwarves? Well, it's lucky it was only 3. I have a question. Inibis. So Inibis in YouTube chat says, dwarves who get kicked out of the military stop doing anything and stand there until their clothes rot off, but don't seem to die of thirst. Click on their health tab and check their injuries. Do they have the ability to, like, grab things at all? I mean, wizards are something you can draw images of, right? I think. Images, or wizards are referenced in Dwarf Fortress, but they don't do anything. Let me just eat this slice of pizza and then I will talk about the type of wizardry I would like to see. So in Dwarven society, they have like kings and queens, right? Humans have kings and queens as well. And then elves have the druid. The druid is the leader of the elves. If you go way back to the old days of Dwarfort, like the very, very oldest of old days, elves, druids, had the ability to basically animate trees. Because I work for Disney's Pixar, but in all seriousness, they had the ability to, like, cause trees to come to life, and create Ents. I would love to see that return. Like, if I were to just point at something and be like, I want to see that, I want to see the elves be able to animate trees again. Because I think that would be really fucking cool. That a gremlin was always running away and spamming you with notifications. The way you caught it was by having a pressure plate just for gremlins in a room of cages, and then... Wait, really? They trigger pressure plates? And then having a dwarf punch it until it fell asleep on a trap? Got a double door set up so the gremlin wouldn't get away. That's very funny. Do you want to see my gremlin trap in this fort? I have one. I haven't caught a gremlin, but... It's this. If a gremlin pulls this lever, it'll get caught in one of these cage traps because this floor will collapse. So if something pulls this lever, it'll get caught in this one of these cage traps, guaranteed. Because it'll knock it over, and then it'll lie down and get bounced into it. Embarked not half a year passed, and randomly one of your 7 dwarves became queen. Turns out our fortress is the last bastion of your civilization. Congratulations! You are now way more important than you expected. How does this make you feel? So right now there's no viable way to give life to a tree. Well, this is just me. Necromancers can animate bodies. Okay? What if we're getting sieged? What if druids could animate logs? That seems doable. I don't know. We've got and then when you kill them, would you get undead logs? Anyway, a vile force of darkness has arrived. Okay, we're going to throw them up onto patrol. The sound is back, chat. Eh. The druid making the wood haul itself into the dwarven moat. I might turn up the difficulty on this fort, because the sieges have been pretty infrequent and pretty weak. Now you found out that there are several traitorous civs convinced by a necromancer neighbor in order to steal a moonstone bracelet. The purge has begun. Good luck. I think it's time to turn up the difficulty a bit. Dragons should be multiple tiles. There is about 150,745 trillion times the turn has responded to why that would be a very, very, very bad idea for your frame rate, and also for the basic programming of the game. Whoop, bolts incoming. Ooh. There goes another one. Good luck there, human. Hold up. You know how I said earlier I don't think that you need to set the patrols to go the right way? Maybe you do. Because it kind of looks like they're jumping. Maybe you do. Because that does not seem right. Whoopsies. Them jumping the wall and then climbing down and then climbing up the other side seems a bit fucked. Please don't do that, dwarves. You're freaking me out here. Less human, more pincushion, more like. Here come the goblins. Parkour, I mean, yeah. Uh-oh, my axe lord decided to take a nap. That's a bad idea, dwarf. It's okay, he's bait. Somebody's ear just flew all the way over to there. Was that you? Yeah, his left ear's gone. Somebody shot his ear off. Holy crap. Yeah, look at them standing back there. That's lovely. Let's just get them all standing right here. Except you two, I think, will keep on the top wall, so they can keep going this way. And then shooting down here as needed. One of the dwarves fell off. So they do still fall off the edge sometimes. I'm not sure why that happens, but they do still fall. Might be dodging. You're in a martial trance. Mark's dwarves in a martial trance is kind of funny to me. Okay, so these goblins are what? Flying up for both hits. Marks Dwarf in the left leg, turning them through the trousers. I'm also going to send the main melee squad out here to go assist. Here they come. Charging and attacking. There's 2 dwarves that died in the trench down there. Siege appears to be breaking. The remainder of the dwarves are now outside, and Iden here is in a martial trance. I think you're using a platinum spear, if I'm not mistaken. Silver spear. Of course, none of them have any armor. It's just wooden shields in their weapon. And of course, Kurt Colbert is here to help. And those goblins were barely a threat. It seems like I do need to put roofs on those because I don't really want them vaulting off the wall anymore. I haven't seen them do that specifically yet, so I'm not sure why they end up doing that, but it doesn't seem like something I want to see happening. So it may just be easier to do it this way. Actually, why don't I just use jet? Also, this is a dwarf in midair, excuse me. Get you. And finish filling up this squad. Commencing bullet time mode. I guess, yeah, it just lets them see it lets them see slime slower. It lets them see time slower, maybe. It's like they just become John Dwarf instead of John Wick, you know? Got dwarves cleaning patients, taking them to the hospital. The queen is doing it. You'd love to see that. Although the question is, where is the king's bedroom? She really wants a Billen door in her bedroom. There you go. We'll just stick it in the corner there. I'm sure that'll work. I like that I'm not the only person who used to tell my coworkers, that's a giant leech. I hate that. I'm glad that I'm not the only person who used to tell my coworkers at work about random video games that they know nothing about. Also, Baza, it's good to see you. Can you pathfind on windows, or do you just items land on top of them? Or do you just items land on top of them? Items just land on top of them. They don't pathfind onto windows. They shouldn't. This is kind of hypnotic looking. To counter these supermarks dwarves, whatever it is, we'll probably need it. We will probably need it. I'm just happy that Mark's dwarves are now, like, actually at their full potential, finally. Because, like, they've always had the ability to be this strong. They're just only this strong now because the dwarves are not as dumb as they used to be, which is nice. Tarn just taught the dwarves to not, you know, throw themselves into oblivion as frequently. Okay, so I'm going to try pulling this lever again, because this should now be good to go. Unless this is a problem. Which I don't think it is, but let's just double check in case it is. To not throw yourself into oblivion? I think that we might need, I think that would make Todd Howard sad if you didn't throw yourself into oblivion. I mean, if there was an oblivion gate around, I wouldn't throw myself in, but I would hope some scientists would, you know? It's kind of like Doom portals, you know? It's a funny joke, okay? You're supposed to laugh, right, Baza? It just works. I mean, you know, of all the things that didn't work when he said it just works, jumping into an oblivion gate did in fact work. Same with closing them. Mostly closing them. You'd tie a rope and go in? I mean, I feel like it might break. Also, if anybody's feeling generous, someone should help out Bastet with a subscription. All right. Now I should finally, quote unquote, be able to maybe, if I'm lucky, pull this lever, and third time's the charm, right? The first time I did this, I screwed up and it didn't work. Second time I did this, turns out I screwed up a second time and it didn't work. Third time I'm doing this, will it work? Clockwork, thank you very much for checking us up at Bastet. We have hit the daily minimum, by the way. It's just, Bastet's now got a 67th subscription for a month. Crossing 2 of my fingers and 2 of my toes. 67th. Hey, Stone hasn't gotten excited about any 67ths recently. It's good to have you back, Stone. The game isn't frozen. The dwarf is just going down a really long staircase. Now the game's frozen. I jinxed it. Once again, the hitching isn't as bad as it was earlier today, so as I say that, it's going to hitch and get bad again, isn't it? You're laughing behind the keyboard? I mean, you can type in a lull, which is usually what I do. L-U-L. Okay, so the game's frozen. Game's still frozen. Ah. Well, that worked. The question is the dust going to catch that dwarf there with the wheelbarrow? Whoop, yep. Knocked him around, but thankfully, assuming you don't get hit by the wheelbarrow, it won't kill you, most likely. Kerplunk. Not bad. Not bad at all, if I say so myself. I mean, that just works, finally. Speaking of just working, I got some more diamonds to mine out. See what gems I have to cut around. Not enough. Let's just build this over to here. Start chipping. Let's see if I can get underneath this whole layer right here. Cut it off. What is the logic of dwarves landing on statues, windows, and raised bridges? They can jump off or they get pushed automatically. Things can occupy the same tile as something that takes up the whole tile if the thing that's occupying it is laying down. So if when they're in the air, they're usually laying down while in midair. So when they land on top of something, if they are lying down, they can occupy the same tile of it. But then they just roll over or climb off of it, basically. Something, 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 99 dragons can occupy one tile as long as only one of them is standing up. Yeah. Or you can fit 1,000 dragons in the same tile as long as 999 of them are lying down. Whatever you prefer. All the logic works. Hello, Serena G in YouTube chat. You'll be the long-term format video that will save you from the YouTube Shorts rabbit hole today. Well, there you go. Cursed thing won't let you work. Yeah, YouTube Shorts are kind of grim. Although, I saw a short this morning that I really like. Here, I'll link it. Not that I'm trying to help with your Shorts nonsense, but just watch this one short and then close the tab, okay? Can we do that? It's very important. Just one short, and then close the tab. Winning, damn right. But yeah, no, that short, I felt that in my soul. Dwarf Fortress is supposedly not responding right now. Slightly concerning. There's a very loud alarm now playing in the construction site outside, which sounds almost identical to the very old like iPhone / iPod Touch era like phone alarm that they used to have. Unless they still have it, they might, I don't know. Thought you'd like to know that information, chat. How did I get started on this game? A friend of mine said I should try it in 2009. And I played it for about 20 minutes, got mad, and Alt F4'd. and then uninstalled it and then didn't think about it for like a year. And then about a year later, I did the same thing again. And then the same thing happened. And then about a year later, I did the same thing again, and about the same thing happened. And then I think it was around 2013, 2014, I got far enough that I could like survive a year. And then it slowly progressed up until about 2017, where I started trying to learn more so. And then around 2018, 2019, I started streaming it. But when I started streaming it, I wasn't great at it. I knew enough to be able to play it, but not enough to be good at it. And I've slowly just gained knowledge over the years. Makes you want spring rolls? Yeah. Honestly, her videos are some of my favorite things on YouTube Shorts because it's like, one, a recipe that I then go write down. Two, they're kind of funny. And three, they're just well made. And she's done a bunch of videos on really good ideas and things to do with sauerkraut. So like, I'm all ears for that because I like sauerkraut and I make sauerkraut sometimes. Short, brilliant short, and same one wanting spring rolls now. Yeah, no, she's great. You have trouble being accurately able to estimate a fort's capabilities. I think that just comes with experience. You know, I'm gonna do a thing. And nuke both my drink jobs. And clear my meals jobs. I'm gonna wait until we're basically out of drinks before we start brewing again. Yeah, I make sauerkraut at least once a year. Even this year when I won't be growing my own cabbages, I'm gonna make sauerkraut. Every now and again, I meet somebody who doesn't like sauerkraut. I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't think we can be friends. It's truly one of the greatest human inventions, even though I'm pretty convinced it was probably invented by accident, but... All right, let's see what's on the other side of this wall. Not lava. Let's also see what's here and what's here. Let's also see what's there and what's there. So what I'm doing is I'm smoothing these walls. When they're all done being smoothed, I'm gonna then fortify them using marks for fortifications, which will leave a safe gap so that dwarves can path around it and be safe. But if there's something scary behind it, they'll see it through the gap. Basically making it possible for me to scout this layer without being pretty much guaranteed to kill a dwarf. Yeah, basically we're taking like a nail and like hammering the nail through a cement wall so you have a pinhole to see what's on the other side. What is VIT K2? That sounds like a jet. Or like some sort of open source 3D printer. I'm sure that's not what it is, but... Hallelujah. Sound stopped again. A brewer named Nish has been taken by a mood of the Fae. Oh, vitamin K2. Gotcha. Vitamins. Can they breathe or shoot through? Oh, of course, yes. But it at the very least gives us the opportunity to vacate the premises. And the sound started up again. Help. You know, this, I'm trying to think, like, what is the most annoying sound I've ever had to listen to while streaming? And in 2020, during the pandemic, there was like, when everybody was locked inside, not allowed to go outside, there was a period of time where the neighbors above me bought their kids a trampoline. And I think that might be worse than this drill that's going on outside in this construction zone. But not by much. It was pretty close. So they claimed a glass furnace, this dwarf. You know, honestly, we all went a little bit insane. They went a little bit insane and had kids. And frankly, I would not want to be locked in an apartment with kids. So I kind of don't blame them, but at the same time, yeah, it was hell. I'm not gonna beat around the bush. It fucking sucked. It was hell. I never complained about it until after they moved out, but like on stream, I was like, hey chat, the kids are jumping on the trampoline again, please help. Like, I think they had 3 kids in a 1-room apartment. It was like a studio apartment that was like maybe 450 square feet tops. And they had a couple kids in there. I kind of feel bad for them. But at the same time, like, it was hell. 0 out of 10 would not recommend. Oh, yeah. Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. This is what I was talking about. Let's see. Where is it? Aruga. It's a bristleworm fiend. All right, well. Let's get the Marks dwarves in. What's it doing? What is it? A very large, hairy bristleworm. It has an enormous shell and it undulates rhythmically. Its charcoal hair is straight. Beware, it's poison vapor. We've got a dwarf right there with a crossbow. Spooky. At the very least, your kid didn't have to graduate under pandemic conditions. That's mostly just parental trauma instead of, like, kid trauma, but... Sounds like they punished themselves with that choice. Oh, yeah, probably. Pew, 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 pew. So he's just, like, filling it up with bolts. With silver bolts, he's tearing the muscle and fracturing the guts. It is bleeding and intensely injured and has a silver bolt stuck in its shell. Dorothy here is terrified while in conflict. Fires another one, which hits it in the shell, which fractures it. The bear is not going to do much of value. And it appears that our first demon slayer has risen. I'm assuming it was you who got it, right? Yeah, the bristleworm fiend. The SKULLPONDERS. There you go. Look at that. I should also grab me a butcher shop, like right here, just in case they're butcherable. And actually, I'm just going to... Yeah, I'm not going to worry about it too much. I was thinking I will make a... It's Jupiter Guy. Was that a funny bit? Naming him Jupiter Guy instead of Doom Guy? They always name it something else, but I thought Jupiter Guy was funny. Hey, it's a Jupiter Guy, you know. Everybody's favorite superhero. Dwarves can craft bolts. They can't craft arrows. What makes you think they can't craft bolts? Run away, dwarf. Okay, there you go. You made it. Whew. No, dwarves can craft bolts. What makes you think the dwarves can't craft bolts? Dwarves can't craft arrows. And how do I have so many? I crafted them. You laughed? Yay! 1 laugh is a success as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, dwarves can't craft blow darts, they can't craft arrows, but they can craft bolts. I don't think I've ever seen adamantine blow darts since YouTube chat just mentioned it now. What, Jupiter Guy is the guy that banished Pluto? Is Pluto a planet right now? I'm not sure if, like... So, wait, never was. Well, that's... Pluto is Pluto. Pluto's always been Pluto, and Pluto will forever be Pluto, unless we're talking about the character from Mickey Mouse. I almost said Mario. Unless we're talking about the character from Mickey Mouse. So, Pluto's always been Pluto. But whether or not we consider it a planet is what changes. Okay, dwarf planet's a planet. I'm sorry. That's like saying that cottage cheese isn't cheese. It's right there in the name. It's cheese. Yeah, is it a smaller portion of planet? Sure, but it's still a planet. That's like saying an appetizer is not food because it's not a meal. I mean, it's still food. Smaller portion of food. My logic is sound and you can't argue with it. Yeah, just because Dwarfs is small doesn't mean it's not a fortress. I mean, what are you? Are you gatekeeping fortresses now?
Cheese for everyone.
I sound like the most annoying person on the planet. Yeah, absolutely, cheese for everyone. I agree. I agree with this statement. How you doing, Shadow? Gets if you classify Pluto as a planet as there are decently sized, similar sized objects. Decently many similar sized objects in that area of space. Well, let's classify them all as planets. More the merrier. If it's big enough for a thing to walk on without floating into space, it's a planet, damn it. But also, I agree. It is what it is. If not planet, then why planet shape? There are 5 dwarf planets and Pluto is the biggest. Well, okay, we can call it the biggest brother of the Pluto planets. Dwarf planets, not Pluto planets.
Over here, he has a sword.
Yes, this is correct. We should thus arrest the criminal for having a deadly weapon. Isn't Pluto smaller than the moon? Is it? I don't know. I've never gone out there with a tape measure. I'm not a scientist. I'm just asking questions because I genuinely don't know. See, there's like the asshole. I'm just asking questions. And then there's me going, no, genuinely, I'm just asking questions. What? Bristle Slayer's been found dead? Hold on. I need to know. I'm gonna use DF hack for this. Because it's coated with fiend extract. Suffocated. Okay, so the bristleworm fiend extract must have caused suffocation. That's brutal. Bristle Slayer is getting an artifact or a statue made out of it. Rip Bristle Slayer. I missed a bed. Shit. How many beds am I short? Probably a ton. Yep, a ton. Correct, in fact, a ton. We'll let them claim those. That sounds like an... I've heard about poisons like that, and that always sounds like an awful way to die. No, the demons have... Okay, so the demons supposedly have more detail now, but they don't have color. It's the Titans and the Forgotten Beasts that now have color, but they only have color if you generate a new world, which I haven't done yet with this particular run. This is still pre-patch non-colors. However, we do have the new sprites, though. But yeah, I don't know. There are two things that I had hammered into my brain as a kid that I found out as an adult are completely false. The first one is that Pluto is a planet. That was hammered into my brain, and it's not. And the other one is dinosaurs are lizards, not birds. And I'll be completely honest with you. I'm better at accepting that dinosaurs are lizards, or are not lizards and are birds. Whereas Pluto being a planet, I have a much harder time accepting for some reason, and I don't know why. Yeah, it looks like I can't butcher this thing. So here's something that I'm going to try and commit to, chat. Hold me to this. Every dwarf that dies to a demon, I'm going to try and put a statue in here. Of them. I'll put a statue of Lanix, because Lanix... Buff Mick drink lots. I forgot about that, dwarf. That was stated a minute ago in chat. Best at. So yes, that supposedly it is. I guess the reason for me is like dinosaurs being birds seems not trivial, and it seems like something I should care about. Pluto not being a planet just seems mean. So I have a much harder time accepting that. Like, truthfully, like I think that's the reason. Is like, don't be mean to Pluto. What did Pluto ever do to you? What's my fortress value at? I never look. I'll tell you in a second once the game unseizes. You have a bearded dragon, which is very much less dino-like than birds. I mean, bearded dragons are more like chihuahuas with lizard brain. Created wealth 3926888 is my current created wealth. Yeah, that's literally all it is. It feels like it's like unnecessarily mean to poor Pluto. But you're on the Pluto. I'm not on the team that Pluto is a planet because it's clearly not a planet. I am on the team of Pluto should be given the honorary medal of being a planet because we thought it was a planet for so long. Deep within this strange place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods and a bunch of friggin' Bernie stuff that's gonna set you on fire. So run away there. That's a lot of Bernie stuff. That's actually very good because all of this is now going to drain out. And also I can see it down here, meaning I could drain this out pretty easily too. The thing is, Ezim here has to run away quickly. And you did. Good. Meaning all of this is going to now drain out and down into here. And probably melt all those buckets, but there it goes. Beautiful. I don't care when it was discovered, Irene. My entire childhood, I was taught that it was a planet. Space just, for my dumb mind, space just feels a lot more arbitrary. Whereas, like, you know, it's a fact that Dinosaurs had feathers. So I don't know. I'm aware it hasn't been that long. I don't care. Yeah, of course information changes as we learn more about it. I'm well aware of this. Like, also for clarity, I'm being petty. It's not that I refuse it. It's sure. I get it. But I'm allowed to be a little petty, you know? Like, I want to give it a participation trophy. I have nostalgia for learning about the solar system. That was a part of school I liked, man. That's all it really is. Okay, so we've got a bunch of raw green glass. We got dacite. We got rope reed cloth and radiant cut red diamonds. Ooh, that's going to be an expensive artifact. Just for clarity, that's all I'm being, is just petty. So I've made my clarity. Continue to pull as much as you feel you need to. I'm opening myself up for petty teasing because I'm being petty. It's the point of being petty. I mean, not that long ago, kids were taught that we had 13 planets. I mean, not that long ago. I'm not even gonna say. We've been taught a lot of bad things. Also, deep within this place, we've uncovered what must be another treasure of the gods. The question is... Oh, this is a translucent metal flail. And this is a curved, slick metal sword. All right, well, that's kind of awesome. The translucent metal flail is. Check. I didn't assign that. The fuck's that? And no daughters? Well, that's the crazy part, Shadow Absorber. I didn't assign that. The fuck is that? Why do I have a slab?
Nani?
Why do I have a hell slab that's assigned to my queen? The shit? Is it even on the map, though? What, would that be in furniture? I mean, it should be under slabs, right? Is that even on the map, then? I don't think it's on the map. I think it's just assigned to her. Because it would be in here somewhere. That's fucking wild. Okay. That is kind of wild. I'll try and drain out all this water, though. The queen, a demonic overlord? Well, she's not a master, which is what the demonic overlord role is called. At least that I'm aware of. Chad, help me out here. Aside from Arch Crystal, are there any other well-known forts that laid siege on Hell? Well-known? I don't know. Forts? Tons. Are you, like, looking for written stories? I feel like there's more that have been destroyed by. You know, actually, that might not be a terrible idea. Wouldn't it be fun if she, like, confessed to a bunch of crimes? Wouldn't that be fun? I'm not familiar with syrup leaf, actually. They also may not be able to interrogate the queen. Okay. Nope, they can. There they go. Is Syrup Leaf the sequel to Boat Murdered? I knew they do to other ones, but I've never actually read any of them, so... What year was Syrup Leaf? Do you know? Bill reporter listened to information. The subject valued Harmony being a natural loner. No new information was revealed. But she has a slab assigned to her. Actually, hold on. There's a non-zero chance there's something at the edge of the map. So let's just do a lap. Nope, nothing there. Nope, there's nothing that I can see. So yeah, I don't know. It must just not be on the map. Because I'd be seeing it. I'd be able to place it somewhere if it was. That was 2010, so that's after fully 3D then. Hello, Paul, in YouTube chat. There's a German in our midst, my friends. My knowledge of German these days is pretty bad, but I can understand it mostly if somebody's speaking it to me. Or chunks of it, anyway. Enough to be able to, like, know what you're saying, approximately. I miss all nuance, though. There was an era of my life where I could sort of speak German. That era of my life is long over, though. And whoosh. This is going to make a nice little obsidian floor here, isn't it? It's also going to give this dwarf a nice little shower. Look at you being all happy near a waterfall. Now this is still draining. But is getting that. It's not, this doesn't have that much more to drain out. It's mostly just this level now. So there's not a ton left of the lava to drain out. But all this is becoming obsidian now. Or a bunch of this is becoming obsidian. There's some diamonds down there burning, which is a damn shame. Oh. Nish, the brewer, has created Besmaridem Thad Athil, a green glass chain, and offers it to the enjoyable knowledge. I'm going to throw that into the tavern for dwarves to enjoy. To Head Shoots, which was the spiritual sequel to Boat Murdered. Okay. Which is the spiritual sequel to a Counter-Strike montage called Headshots, right? I think this is how the lineage goes. Head Shoots. Which was definitely a sequel to a Quake montage called Headshots. I'm sorry, Headshots! Cold cases are the easiest way to interrogate people. Just period. Okay, so let's go up to here. I'm now going to mine out all of this. Because I can do all of this safely. I know for a fact there isn't any monsters in it. Because they can only exist in a space that's, like, basically 3 by 3. They can't exist in a space like this. So that makes this quite safe to dig through now. Meaning we have now access to a ton of gems. Natural and otherwise. Just gonna, well, let's not dig through that. Let's just smooth this and filter into that. Because there's probably more water right there. Diamonds are nature's rock candy? Crunchy. This is the coolest thing we've found so far, though. This translucent metal flail. How about I do this? We put the god artifacts with sprites on these pedestals. You're weeding out traitors now. There you go. Hey, you can wed them out too. Like, there's no rules. You're the king of your own world. Want to force marriage on traitors? I mean, that seems like a punishment. Pretty grim punishment, but still a punishment. Weeding, wedding, what's the diffs, really? Sentenced to marriage? I mean, you know, there's many cartoons where that would be the worst fate that could be given to somebody. Not even cartoons, even in reality, there's many situations where that could be the worst fate. It's like, I curse you to marry this person who snores. Wah, wah, wah. It's about like the least offensive I could go with that. Don't know how they're going to get to that, but... Yeah, and Alice says, I curse you to marry this man with cold hands who's incapable of getting warm hands. Like Edward Cold Hands. The original script to the Eddie Scissorhands. This is a weird discussion, chat. How'd we get here? You miss playing this game? You've been working on a rotten potato. I'm presuming you mean computer when you say rotten potato, yeah? I was gonna say, is that like the slippery version of hot potato? But, yeah, I feel that. I've been there. Bad computers. Funk. One of my favorite quotes I've heard about marriage recently is just like, describes marriage as the the thing that we are legally obliged to do for tax purposes, which we allegedly do for love, but in reality it was created so that we could do that for sheep. Which I laughed so hard when I heard that. Okay, so flail. Why is there something smoking in the middle there? It's a gem. How are things inside of my side of Canada, Scoops? Not super hot, which is nice. I wish they would stop doing construction in front of my apartment. They've been doing various things since I moved in, and I thought they were done, and I think they thought they were done, and then BC Hydro showed up, and now they're not done. So, not happy, because now I get to listen to Drilling Through Concrete again, which I was very excited to not have to hear anymore. But, you know, aside from the drilling through concrete right outside of my apartment, lovely, generally. The drilling stopped, chat. I haven't said anything because it starts every time I have to say it stopped, but it stopped again. But yeah, it's been good. Things have been fun. Chilling. I got to spend yesterday evening with my aunt and uncle, who are in town to visit for the weekend. So I'm gonna go see them again tomorrow afternoon. Today I have to pick stuff up from the garden in the evening, but that's about it. I got a video out recently. Gotta get a video on Future of the Fort done because the next month has started. Scam calls are pretty bad still. Those have never really improved. I get like a couple of them a day. It's pretty bad. Kind of sucks. And before somebody's like, oh, just like, you know, try and scam bait them and waste their time. I don't have that kind of... my life is too short. I don't have that kind of time. Somebody else can do that so that I don't have to. The DF update, and you're going to boot up a new world to see the cool Forgotten Beasts. The Marksdwarf changes are great. Like, great. Great. A+. Well, this is the power company, not the water company, but BC Hydro is hydroelectric, not water, but common misconception, actually. These ones spoof numbers so that you answer. It's pretty annoying. We digging greedily? I'm not digging greedily, but deeply, yes. Greedily would imply like some nihilistic lack of possible success. Bolts flying in bulk from multiple squads is a fun thing. Agree. Do they call you and saying things like, we received your CV? I don't know. I don't pick up. No, they just pretend to be Scotiabank. And then the one or two times I did pick up, because it was just a number that I thought I recognized, which turns out it was a spoof, they just talk about how a credit card charge has been made to my Scotiabank credit card, which I don't have a Scotiabank account. And they call me like 3 to 5 times a day with different spoof numbers. Like they're spoofing the same number, but from different numbers. And so I block them every time. I've actually like gotten to the point recently where I thought about getting a new phone number. Like that, it's getting that bad. All right, so the drilling has stopped. I'm gonna go gamble with opening the windows so that I can get some fresh air in here. Hopefully it doesn't start up the second I open the door. There is a really big hole in the middle of the road. They're feeding cable into it. Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. We checked for heat. What devilry is this? This is a rove beetle fiend. This thing has deadly blood. And it's large and hairy. Rove beetle. It's a very large, hairy rove beetle. It has large mandals and it belches and croaks. Beware its deadly blood. The blood of the deadly. And I'm just gonna get my Marks Dwarf to go stand right here. See, these call me with a robot and they tell you to press 1, and I'm not going to do that. This is a no metal weapons fort, yes. Although I am using metal for bolts now since the bolts change. But the only metal weapons I'm using are things that need to be made of metal, so like pickaxes, and artifact weapons. What, are they just like gonna dig underneath my apartment building and then come in through the basement? Is that what you're suggesting? Isn't that just like the guy that shows up at the end of The Incredibles 1? Behold, the Underminer! That guy? They ruined scam callers. They took the jobs of the scam callers, man. I'm sure you could get a scammer eventually. Like I said, my free time's just worth more than that. Come on, Dwarf. Come on, Dwarf. I know you have bolts. Yeah, you do. Go shoot at it. Come on. You can do it. I have faith. Just get up there. Get up there. Favorite part of watching an experiment with bolts changes are the combat logs where the bolt hits and destroys like 3 pieces of clothing. I mean, that happens with swords too. They like cut off bits of clothing. Because clothing takes damage during combat. That's the main thing that causes clothing to break. Is the damage it takes during combat. Oh, there we go. They see it now. Shooting bolts, and it's dead. Damn, that was fast. And then this dwarf drops Frosty Vaults Exposed. Oh no! What a racy book. The written portion consists of a 110-page guide entitled Frosty Vaults Exposed. You gotta expose them, Frosty Vaults. The writing is ornate throughout and refined, and it is reasonably serious. Overall, the prose is passable. Right? All right, so let's let all those dwarves go do whatever. It's tabloids and gossip. That's what it sounds like, yeah. Certainly from the description. Let's just put rough gems there. Deadly blood soaked through shoes. Not unless the shoes are very heavily damaged. So we're probably okay. Also, RXN Dumb has become an elite Marks Dwarf. That smoke is going to be annoying. Although what I could do is I could do this. Just build around it for right now. Let's see if it's butcherable. It's probably not, but nope. Correct, Mr. Nibbled. It becomes digging greedily. Doesn't become the digging greedily until hubris hits and everyone is burning. Sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, I've definitely lost dwarves. But that's mostly been things collapsing. Mostly. Because somebody stepped in it with their bare feet and it got all stuck all over their feetsies, right, Milmir? You've been talking about roguelikes so much. You started Ellen grinding as a pain, though. Ilona was faster paced. Oh my god, really? I always found Ilona to be too grindy. Though the level of ridiculousness is top-notch and other roguelikes like this. Yeah, it's fair. I mean, if you want absurdist slapstick comedy, it's like that or kind of CDDA or kind of your only options. Cesardes in YouTube chat. Right, chat? Like, does anybody else know any other roguelikes with, like, high-tier, like, slapstick? That's, like, funny. Because I can't really think of any. I think it's probably just those two. Well, CDDA just for the absurdity. Not so much like high-tier slapstick. It's mostly just absurdity. So this is the layer that we're on. This is the layer above that I'm digging out. This is also above. So this is me digging up. Or building up right now. So I have cut through this adamantine spire now. And then these are going to grab take from that, done. And you take from that. And I'm just going to occasionally hit this button. Cut gems, do that. Cut gems, do that. True, adventure mode can be pretty absurd. Cesardes says that the only other roguelike with that level of unexpected comedy is Texas. For some reason, I find that funnier than I should. But, yeah, I mean, adventure mode is like... The thing is, like, adventure mode is a weird kind of comedy, though, because, like, it takes it pretty straight, you know? Like, adventure mode takes itself kind of seriously. Whereas I think, like, Ellen and Ilona really don't take themselves seriously at all. It is a lot of hours from Stone. These are I mean, that happens in real life too, so I think that's just realistic, Vukruk, finding random naked people in the wilderness. True, actually. NetHack does have some silliness. Like throwing something over a sink and it sinks, or jumping over a sink and it sinks. It's like the most literal definition of sink I've seen in a video game. Really hoping I can just channel down through this and dump some water in that way. So I'm going to do this and then fortify it. And if there's nothing scary behind it, I'm just going to channel down and see what we find. You know, it's a pretty funny game, but maybe not a roguelike. Did someone just fall into lava? Nope. Oh. No, so I've got my vampires up here, locked up here so that they don't get down. And a dwarf was up there and died of thirst, so no. Nobody just fell into lava. I sort of starved a dwarf that was haggard to death. Also upset dwarves went down, so that's good. Net positive for everybody. To me, like, I would describe the funniness of adventure mode to be like deadpan humor. Where it's like the person who just tells the really bad dad joke and then just like stares at you and smiles, knowing that you're not going to laugh, but they're acting like you're going to anyway. That's kind of how adventure mode humor is for me. I mean, like, I did have that adventure mode run where I encountered a forgotten divine retribution. I did have that adventure mode run where I was given a quest by a lady to go find her underwear, and then found out that the guy who had it was her husband and her boss, who was also the leader of a gang that operated out of the sewers underneath a temple. So without killing him, I managed to wrestle the underwear out of his hands and then gave them back to her. So, like, you know, that was pretty funny. We have unleashed an echo of forgotten divine retribution on that topic, and this has a rusted metal pike, rotted fabric clothing. And it is composed of ash, it has large mandibles, and it mutters to itself. It was created by the human god Uja, and is part with death, murder, and suicide. So it's a gamer. We'll see if English is able to do anything. Actually, I think maybe the better way to do this would be this. Instead of telling them to stand there, let's tell them to go stand here. Why are you running away? What? Get good, dummy. We found an angel. I'm going to try and kill it. I was going to say, that was quick. The bolt struck it in the lower arm through the fabric shirt. Look at this dwarf just like scooting back and forth. Oh, now it's dead. That was very easy. Which one of you got it? Bastet got it. Congratulations, Bastet. You killed it. You killed it by shooting it with a bronze bolt in the lower body, and the lower body sailed off in an arc. What'd you miss? You're not dead. And I said I was going to make a gold statue for every dwarf who kills a demon, so gold statue, I'm going to count that. Uh-oh. I think it's Bemble. Yes. Yeah, so, I should try and catch him if it's made of ash. And there's its pike, which I'm going to melt down. How's the monarch doing? Quite happy. She's holding a boulder. She's got her artifact pickaxe strapped to her body, and she's got the slick metal sword strapped to her upper body. She needs a royal throne room, so she's not totally satisfied yet, but her mother's still a pug, which is really funny to me. Like, that's a piece of Dwarf Fortress humor right there. Her mother is a pug. Her dad's Ficod, so you know. Kind of amazed nobody's claimed the monarch, to be honest. Maybe it's because I said I was going to burn her eventually, which I'm still committed to. Going to do that. So many gems. Oh, shit. There's suddenly, like, obsidian right there. You see that? And the game's frozen again. Great. Is someone encased in it? No, because then I would have 218 dwarves. And ironically, the water ain't going where I need it to go, which is right there. That spooked me because it moved. It's like, it's dead. You're not supposed to move. Stay dead, demon. How are you doing today, Lidrun? A bug fell in your hair as it went outside. We have these big green caterpillars that are around earlier in the year here. And I picked so many of those out of my hair. It's actually a little bit ridiculous. That is not dead which can eternal lie, and strange eons even death may die. I don't know if you made that up just now, or like if that's from something, but yep, sure, checks out. Yeah, no, my monarch's partially kind of happy because I did successfully make a door for them that they wanted. They really wanted a built-in door in their bedroom. And, well, I didn't use it as a door. I did install a built-in door. So it's right there. It is in their bedroom, but I'm not using it as a door for them. Ah, very much sounded like something from Cthulhu, so that checks out. So, you know, Queen's partially quite happy because of that. And their actual requests of, like, coins and things are super easy to complete, so I've been doing that. They also need a dining room and amongst other things, but I think I'm going to do the tomb next. I'm thinking their tomb's going to go, like, right here once all this is done. I like Cthulhu in theory, I just haven't read as much of it as I would like. Look, so she doesn't go into Narnia? I mean, maybe that would be for the best. The funny thing about this queen, though, is if you go to assigned objects, the monarch has this assigned. This Momuzimesh, which isn't here. Like, that item is not in the fort, from what I can tell. So, somewhere, there is a slab that is assigned as, like, an item to my queen. And I don't have it. I remember when we used to go foam sword fighting, boffing. Yeah, I know what boffing is. And one time I was wearing 2 braids and got slapped in the side of the head with a plant full of birds. Oh, that's fun. No, she's not holding it. But it's assigned to her. It's not on the map. It doesn't exist here. It's not in her inventory.
Wow, they're leaving all these free gems
See?
in this wall for us.
Midnight X, thank you very much for the 9th month. I'm sorry, but your dwarf is dead. I feel like half the time I'm just the purveyor of bad news these days. Or the bringer of bad newses. Sorry for providing the bad news, but your dwarf is dead. You died towards the end of yesterday. I think you fell in lava. You were expecting water? I mean, look at this place. Lava's more likely. Actually, you know what? Let's just go down here. Get rid of all this. And just go here. Just channel through this right here. Just let it flow down that way. Let's get rid of a bunch of this lava. It's been free for 2 hours. Screwdriver. Screwdriver. Sorry. I got tripped up by the splinterism in your name. Somebody in YouTube chat say something. The YouTube chat's been very quiet today, Big Pause. I prefer if you just took it, but... Deep within this place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. This is a large, sheer, translucent metal sandal. I will give it to the queen. What's the name of it? Pobepan and Falavovi. Blah, 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 blah. I think also that one. Cricket, you already have one, I think, right? Chat, do you think I should try sneaking yeah, so Cricket already has one. So Serena G, would you like a dwarf? Big Baza from North FC is trying to give you a dwarf. Would you like a dwarf? There goes a bunch of lava down into here. How you doing, Silvershe? Any tips for setting up archers in the update? Just skim through to the ammo screen on the different squads and make sure that you assign ammo for training and fighting. Hey. And then once you've done that, make sure that you have ample availability for both, and remember to do it for each squad, because it's on a squad-by-squad basis, not globally. That's it. Really. It's not hard. It's pretty straightforward. It's more or less the same. Things just work better. Can you have a hospital dwarf? Sure, just let the game finish saving. Does anybody else just get uncontrollably sleepy for no reason when it's warm? Or is this just a me problem? Because I get uncontrollably sleepy. Also, speaking of me being uncontrollably sleepy, chat, it's summer, and in summer it's slow season. For the folks over here on Twitch, if you want to help out the YouTube stream at no cost to you, could you leave a like on the YouTube stream? And also, if you want, you could leave the tab up and lurk over there and help us out. For the folks over here on the YouTube as well, if you could lurk in the Twitch stream and help increase the Twitch numbers, that would also be very helpful. It's summer, which means it's the slowest season of the year for me. In the summer, we usually have about 150 to 170 people watching on Twitch. And usually, I guess these days around 100 on YouTube. And then around October, November-ish, we usually have about 300 on Twitch and about 200 on YouTube. So if you're lurking around, you know, pop up an extra tab. Help them numbers. That's how siesta was invented. You know, I'm starting to understand a lot of logic in it's the Spanish who did that, right? Spain, you're onto something. Okay, so Dr. Dwarf game is seized up. Do the Italians do siestas? Or is that specifically a Spain thing? Spain thing. Saltwater Aqua YouTube chat. You have the stream up on 2 devices. You're doing your part. Appreciate you, friend. Doctor. Dosum is my bone doc. I've got Woolblock, who's my chief medical dwarf. I've got Vokar and Olan, who are surgeons. And I've got an Imwish, Stintat, or an Obak. I think napping is alive and well. It's just what people refer to it as, Serena. Siestas are Spain only? Although corporate America is trying to kill napping, I think. It's so hard to wake up. No, I get you, sea serpents. I'm one of those people where I fall asleep in the middle of the day and I don't wake up again. I'm awake the next day. Or actually, more like I'm awake at 3 o'clock in the morning is when I wake back up. Serena G. Wound scale. What a good name for a dwarf in the hospital industry. She's obsessed with order and structure in her own life, with everything kept in its proper place. Sounds like a good diagnoser. She can sometimes act without deliberation, is assertive, and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and doesn't try to get things done perfectly, as it may be cancer or you might have a rash. She prefers to present herself modestly and is quick to form negative views about things. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and she works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess. She has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others and blows out her breath when she's annoyed. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of raising a family and personally hates those that wield power over others and believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected. Values romance, finds maintaining a decorum a silly, fumbling waste of time. I have several. I think I've seen the notification 3 times for Mark's Dwarves being elite. She likes lead, cinnamon, glossier, as well as the color lilac, amulets and flasks and rabbits for their ability to burrow, buzzardmen for their glowing red eyes, and the words of the golden gorge and the sound of the cobalt boulders. When possible, she prefers to consume giant anaconda and tomato wine, and oat flour, and absolutely hates purring maggots. She's a citizen of the Obstinate Rampart, and the Enjoyable Knowledge, of course, and worships Kadol, and is a member of the Copper Coven. Kadol is the god of ore and minerals. She has no friends, but maybe we'll make some soon if she keeps hanging out in the tavern there. Buzzing everybody, Letterin? All right, let's drop down. Where's it down? No, yeah, probably you're right. It's a lot of random obsidian down here. Let's do that. And that. Need to dig into this. Also need to block this. But it's not currently accessible, so... Also need to go up into here. Channel through that. Which should drain out all of this lava in here. Should. She truly is so relatable. And then in brackets, I have friends, says Serena G in YouTube chat. So relatable aside from the part where you have more friends than that dwarf. That poor dwarf. See, this is why this dwarf has no friends. She'll have a fabulous glow up soon. You know, I know that glow up is like a positive thing of like, you know, your like self-care kind of deal. My mind always reads it as like that person is just exploding. Like just... Like Miss Splosion Man? For the nobody that remembers that game. Into beauty or something? Sure, yeah. Exploding into a pile of success and beauty and self-fulfillment. Okay, all the way up to here. Let's go around the edge here. Doop, 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 doop. Doop. Dip. And fortify a bunch of this and see what happens. I also need to get rid of all this, which I can get rid of by doing this. So I can dig through this, which will get rid of all this lava. Just give me more stuff that I can chisel through slowly. And this is now put out, so I can get rid of all this. Stop dumping water into that. I can now deconstruct all this and mine through that. Good times and success abound. I can also do all this. Deep within this strange place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. What must be the treasure of the gods? God treasure? God treasure. It's a wavy rusted metal pike. All Monstercraft ships is of the highest quality. Because it doesn't have a sprite, I'm not going to put it anywhere fancy. But it is also going to fill up with lava in a second, so... I will still assign that to the Queenie. Which is... Where was it? Okay, well, it's moved now. Don't think it's been destroyed. It's just invisible. God damn it. Should have looked at the name of it. I'll just assign these. Oh no, I've got a gem down there that's on fire. Great. I mean, not to be, like, silly, but you say using explosions as an art form. What is fireworks? And what is hand grenades, then? I'm just saying, I don't think this person has secret powers. I feel like this person just, you know, is an explosives expert. We had those in, like, Hogan's Heroes. It's not, like, you don't need to, like, base explain explosions as an art form. Uh-huh. And then you're like, but it's a martial art. I'm like, hey, what is gun kata? Next question. And if that's that, then what is gun fu? I should rewatch Equilibrium. That was a bad movie. I liked it. Deep within this place, we've uncovered yet another treasure of the gods. Oh god, where's this one? Oh, there it is. This is a thin, blistered metal maul. Ooh. Fancy. Section of cavernous uh-oh. Somehow nobody died. Which is kind of a miracle, but... You love me, Maul? Well, it's certainly a Maul and not a Darth Maul. I think somebody just died, though. I have 218 dwarves now. Thank you, Tibe. Already found it. But let's zip. Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. Game, where? It's a warthog brute. When he was a young warthog. The warthog brute is a very large noseless warthog, so it can't smell its own stench. It is twisted into humanoid form. It has a bloated body. Its midnight blue hair is patchy. Beware its deadly spittle. Let's see if they'll even be able to get to this. Yeah, now we're talking. Water landing it right where I need to land. Game's freezing again. I could use a lot of things to kill the queen, but I'm not going to kill the queen until we are the mountain home. So no, I'm not going to kill the queen currently. We will kill the queen after I get to the point where, oh my god, that's a lot of water. I will kill the queen when I get to a point where I need to deal with things a bit more directly. We're not quite there yet. Let's do this. So I can make some of this water pour down to where that gem is burning and get rid of it. No, queen is the only way that I can become a mountain home, and I would like to become a mountain home. And no, they don't just get in the way. They do help with mental health. The dwarves are happier when they have a monarch around. Wait, what? They're shooting bolts from here? Through that hole? Into here? Oh my god. And it's hitting him. Like, I get it. This dwarf is an elite marks dwarf, and so are you. What a bunch of gosh darn show-offs, man. I was like, what are they shooting at? I thought it got out for a second. Oh my god. They're just fucking shooting at. Okay, and here I thought I would need to dig out more. That's intense, dude. Like, look, boys, I got this. Like, yeah, through the water. So this is the layer below. He's standing here and shooting up through that hole and into there. You have some nobles, which I assigned room to, and it doesn't show that they have them on the nobles tab. Ooh, that's concerning. I would try unassigning them and reassigning them and maybe remaking the rooms. That's odd. What did I miss? How is the lava draining project going? Today I'll recap what we've done today. We started chiseling away at this lava tube. We did some cave-ins, dropped a bunch of dwarves into lava accidentally. We got invaded once and fought them off, and it was glorious, and we've killed several demons so far. And I'm using my Mark's dwarves to deal with the things that are coming out of the lava, out of the fun tube. And now we are witnessing some incredible trick shots, and an ad is about to play, so I'm waiting for it to end. Now it's playing. Mark's dwarves, hold my beer! Exactly, right? It's not quite Sniper Elite, because we don't have the ball shots, right? But, you know, I think all in all, we're doing just fine. I think the fort's coming along well. We do have the queen now, if you missed that in the previous stream. I have not gotten any adamantine, though. No. We have seen some, but it's a bit further down than where we're at currently. Hold my beer. Not in the waterfall! Don't get any water in my beer! Says Dwarf, probably. But yeah, the copper bolt is just tearing it. Not concurrently, Brayden, but one after another, yes. When you're finished with a fortress, you can retire it, or if it gets destroyed, you can abandon it, and then you can start a new fortress in the same world. Argumentum Sound, hello, it's good to see you. Bolts are still flying. Whoa. Pain Mother, did you just get punted out of oblivion? No, you didn't. Okay. That's its extract. Wow. Dude shooting violently. Did you just get covered in it? Maybe the water just washed. It looked like this dwarf got covered in it. I love how they don't just like stand stationary anymore now. They just mostly kite back and forth. Come on, Warthog Brute. I think they were doing a better job when they were closer. Like they were having less trouble hitting it from down here. They're also getting shot at less from down here. Yeah, no, they're absolutely having an easier time from down here. Zolban's now shooting up. Significantly easier, yeah. And now it's dead. I like how they always just run off and read books. And then they bring copies of, like, it is the fortress and mortality and nothing more when they're done. So who got it? That's the question. Warthog Brute. Iron bolt is lodged in the wound. All right, well, let's just run through and see. Just got zombies. Freeways, you didn't get it. Bastet, you didn't get it. You didn't get it. You didn't get it. You've only ever killed a dwarf. Lol. You didn't get it. Ah, you got it. Zul'Bon, the militia commander. Warthog is now Zul'Bon, who killed a warthog brute. Can you have a dwarf iron? What would you like? Do you... Did I misspell warthog or something? Zul'Bon ring knives. There you are. Oh, you just hadn't updated in there yet. Happy one bearded. Whippy effect. Thanks for the prime sub. It's good to have you. Thanks for the first notification of money in 29 minutes. Usually you want a military dwarf. Did you want a military dwarf, Emperor? Can the warthog brute be butchered? We'll find out when I dig through it. Must be a disease. You have dwarves dropping dead left and right? If you have DF hack running, you can do death cause, but if you had any beasts recently, it could be a beast. Last one's died pretty fast. All right. The Mark's dwarves are pretty skillful in this fort, but... Emperor Iron, blank lance, doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, likes a little excitement now and then, is conflicted by this because he considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually. He occasionally overindulges, is very humble, is often cheerful, has a sense of duty, he tends to act with compassion, and generally acts with narrow focus on the current activity. Is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. And he has a calm demeanor, is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and exhales sharply. When he becomes exasperated, he begins to talk rapidly when he gets angry. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally values tranquility and quiet, and believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. Yeah, those ones are always tough to deal with, Ledren. Tarn has stated that he doesn't honestly think that adding infectious diseases would be fun. If you get a redemption when it goes through, I'll give you a statue, Bismuth. I'll let you name a piece of furniture. But I do the lottery thing in the YouTube chat, so if you would like a dwarf, someone has to bestow it upon you, or you have to get one of the like emoji callouts when I call one out. I'm not going to call one out now because now you're ready. And that's not fair. He prefers to consume banded knife fish and white pearl millet, flour, and absolutely hates cave spiders. Somebody at tier 2 on Twitch could give one to you if you like. But they have to give one to you. And you have a bunch of friends. And you've been in the fort since the year 188. 2 years. Yeah, like, I mean, that's the actual answer from Tarn, regardless of if you're joking or not. Is like, he doesn't know how he would make it fun. I think he's always said he's open to the idea, he just doesn't know how he would make it fun. And I tend to agree, like, I've played, like, you know, RimWorld has, like, some disease-ish mechanics, and they're not that fun to play with, in my opinion, but... I feel like they kind of already are, and most players just don't notice, you know? They kind of are already chock full of rotting and disease and disgusting thickness. Something, something, get up. Hello, Clay. Fort goes pretty well. Yourself? True, werebeasts are a pretty good example of like, at the very least, werebeasts are like fantastical enough that they're pretty entertaining. Even when they're not fun, they're still pretty entertaining, so. But let's see if I can chisel through and cook this thing. Oops, that's the wood chop job. I think that the dwarves are perpetually hungover. It's the source of their power. Like my hair. They're immune to such human defects. Bamboo, the planter, has been missing for a week. I have zero idea what happened there. Ficod? Lol, Ficod. Oh well. Rip that dwarf. Okay, so you right here, that's a warthog brute. Yo, what? I had a butcher shop like right here, not 2 minutes ago. Where did it go? I need my butcher shop back. Holy gems. Perhaps, possibly. Many people have fallen in lava. Like demons from TF2. I did not know that demons in TF... Okay, two things. One, I didn't know that TF2 had demons. That's the first thing. Second thing, there are demons that depend on booze in TF2. Did they ever say Hail Armok, God of Blood? Because that would be amusing to me. Oh, Demo Man, not demons. Damn it! Maybe Demo Man from TF2 is just a dwarf. Well, thanks for hanging out, Clockwork Dragon. Safe travels. The devil even owns Medic's soul? Well, one of them. I know so painful. I almost am like mildly ashamed. There are very few games where I'm just like kind of ashamed that I know almost nothing about them. But I do kind of feel a little bit ashamed about how little I know about TF2. They're rarely specific with the cloth types, what? It's pretty, like, the unusual ones are the ones that are specific with the cloth types. We've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods deep within this place. A large, bulky, blazing metal vest. Hold on. Should probably just satisfy the queen. So this is going to be the queen's dining hall. And this is going to be queen's dining hall right there. And I think I'm going to make this up here into the queen's tomb. Because I would like to move the vampires up here. And she's not happy with it. And now she wants a bill-in door in her dining room. God damn it, lady. Should I move it there? Also, investments are open, chat, if you care. To whoever the dwarves deem to be a worthy heir is how the title passing along works. Which usually is somebody seemingly completely random. And rarely in your location. It's actually something I kind of wish was a little bit different. Or made a little bit more sense. I'm kind of thinking about letting the vampires eat her. Also, that needs to go down here, doesn't it? Well, I mean, it would make sense if it would go to somebody that she was actually related to. It's just, it really does. That would make sense, I agree, but that's not usually how it ends up going. As parroting lore from Overwatch and other hero shooters except done before the other games came out. Maybe it's more the inverse. They all just copied TF2. Checkmate, game theorists. Just need a door right here. Okay, well, that's all been mined out. That's kind of what I thought. I mean, but fighting games have historically had a lot of lore that absolutely doesn't factor into anything in most of the game. Except for, like, Mortal Kombat, yeah. Well, not factoring into the game, sure. Correct, but... it matters if you're cool. Yeah, no, I mean, the minute-to-minute gameplay in the PvP especially, yeah. Well, I mean, mostly in the... it depends on if a game has like, a story or arcade mode. If a game has a story or arcade mode, it can factor into the gameplay because you're playing through that story, right? It's just the story is usually really trite. Not always. But the gameplay is it fights, so it's just a bunch of reasons. I mean, you could say that like the story of any rom-com is we need an excuse for these two to fuck and make you laugh. So like, sure, if you boil it down to its minimum possible parts, absolutely. But yeah, and that plot can be entertaining sometimes. Damn it! Quit dissing on the porn plots. Who doesn't want to know what the pizza man's gonna do when he breaks into the house? Or why the lonely wife ordered pizza when her husband was away? Or who else is gonna tell us how the story of the lady that gets stuck in the washing machine ends? So what is it with fucking washing machines, man? You died. That's what happened. Necrontier. Next question. We were I don't know how we got onto this, but we were briefly talking about fighting game stories and how that stating that they had about as much substance as porn, and I was saying that how dare you accuse porn of not having substance, and I was doing that exceptionally ironically. I don't know, I'm being a goofball. It's warm in here, and there's an awful drilling sound outside because BC Hydro is cutting through concrete and putting power cables in the road. So, I mean, even Dwarf Fortress has step ladders. And I wonder to myself all the time, what are you doing with that step ladder? In other news, I hate my life. But let's just dig through things. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go give myself some more insulin. My blood sugar's kind of high. Alright. Why am I smoothing them? So that I can then fortify them and see what's behind the wall. It's the slow, methodical, but significantly safer way of digging too deeply and greedily. But welcome back, Necrontier. Hope you're doing well. What's mining if not a continuous loot box? I mean, I saw a post on Blue Sky once saying that isn't all of Minesweeper just surprise mechanics? So I say that horror games are also surprise mechanics, but I occasionally have periods of time where I still play tons of Minesweepers, so you know. Is it not? I mean, it certainly is in real life. I've seen the Hurt Locker. That was pretty terrifying. I don't know who Lena is, but that dragon has a lathe, and that's kind of crazy. I know I intentionally mispronounced the word lathe, and that's not how you spell lathe, but in my mind it is, so I'm running with it. Man, that's an awkward angle. Just water everywhere. Come on, Dwarf. Can't even see what you're doing. That's great. Can't see around corner. Dwarf is best, Dwarf. It certainly saves Dwarf lives. I don't know about wins. But it saves lives. Oh, true. Yeah, no, I didn't even think about it just being free XP. But yeah, it kind of is.
Ooh,
True Freak,
27
thanks for
is the
the...
number that we now share.
Thanks for the 27th month. Appreciate you. Chat, can I get a round of beers? For True Freak. It's not offensive, it's just kind of funny. I like the idea of a dragon with a lathe. But you couldn't change it with Twitch. I tried a different account, but it won't let you register with the same email. So you can change your name within Twitch, and you don't have to make a new account. Like, if you actually want to know how, I can show you, but you can. You just have to go to your settings on Twitch. Like, you go here and you click this button. And then you change your display name. Right here. If you want to change it. You don't have to, though. Dragon Slave just sounds like fantasy dominatrix shit. Go nuts. As long as you know it's not the, like, you're going to be weird about the 1,000-year-old dragon kind of thing. You do have to wait. Yeah, you can only do it every 6 months. That's fine. I mean, isn't that also, like, kind of the plot in Dragon's Dogma? I never finished that game, but, like, isn't that kind of the plot of Dragon's Dogma? No, I mean, that was added, like, maybe 5-10 years ago at this point. Because I remember, because there was a day where when Twitch added the ability to change your username, everybody that I know in a certain very weeb-heavy Twitch chat thought it would be really funny to all change their names to like random Chinese characters and things like stir my insides Oni-chan and stuff like that. They all thought it would be hilarious. And then like after about a minute, someone was like, "Oh guys, don't do this. You can't change your name back." You have to wait 6 months. And then there was also like a period where one of my moderators, Animal, changed his name to something else. Can't remember what it was. And then realized he had to wait 6 months to change his name back. So then he waited the 6 months, and then he couldn't change his name to his old username. He had to use a new username. So he misspelled his old username and then made a new account with his old username. And it was like a 4-year period of time it took for him to get his original name back. Because he had to then delete that old, he had to change the name on the old account on the new account after 6 months, and then delete that account, and then wait another 6 months, and then change his, yeah. It was like a process. It took a very long time. Not sure what this dwarf is doing. So we'll wait. Come on, dwarves. Someone needs to... There you go. This dwarf gets it. Fires a bunch of copper bolts, which breaks away the tissue. And it's dead. Oh, look at that. It's also made of ash. It's another one dead. It's just another winged phantom. Who got it? Was it you? No. Was it you? Goden! No, you killed a human. Did you get it? There's no need to feel vengeful, you says. That's a cave crocodile. Did you get it? Nope. Did somehow you get it? Oh, wow. Somehow you got it. Okay, so Cyril... Winged... Well, let's just call you Phantom. Of the opera, obviously. Naturally vibing. Yeah, no, I don't think your username is offensive, Dragonslave. One of my vampires has gotten depression, though, unrelated. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Welcome, dummies. Prepare to die. Banana Lassie. Thank you very much for that wondrous raid. Hi, Vibin's wife. Why despite the danger? I don't know. I keep dropping dwarves into lava. That might have something to do with it. This fortress is dangerous. A lot of people have died recently. That's mostly to do with it. That's most of the reason why it's despite the danger. Is the fort's kind of danger? Lots of OSHA violations, certainly. Most definitely. But thank you very much for the raid, Banana. What are you up to today? Hauling is broken right now. Nope. Not that I've seen. They don't follow through on hauling? I have a question. Do you have any job cancellations? Because I haven't seen that at all. It's probably a Fortress setting issue. Do you have any frequent job cancellations that you're seeing? Reloading fixes it? That's bizarre. What? You have a hauling bug that keeps happening. Reloading has never fixed a bug in the history of bugs for me. Like, I don't think I've ever encountered a bug in Dwarf Fortress that was fixed by reloading the game. But, like, no, do you have any frequent job cancellations? Because I have a theory as to what's happening. Because if you're completely out of seeds and everybody is trying to plant seeds, that'll grind everything to a halt. Another thing that can grind everything to a halt is if you have everybody assigned to orderlies and only one bucket in the fort, and the bucket is full of frozen water. I know that those are oddly specific, but those are two instances that I'm aware of that will break hauling. That is weird and bizarre. It sounds like you should send that save file to somebody when it's happening. But, like, also sounds like something else is wrong. I have a really hard time believing that it's to do with hauling specifically. Like, that might be the result, but not the cause. It's usually seeds. Like, if you're out of seeds and nothing is being planted, cages can do it. How can cages do it? Like trying to reload traps? Basically, like, there are certain jobs that are really, really high priority in game that if everybody's trying to do it and nobody can complete it, they just, like, short circuit. They go into, like, an ADD infinite loop. To put a big green glass bulb of water over your fort in a mega project? Mr. Noob, go to my VOD channel in YouTube chat. And look at the Fortress Fire Orb. I made a giant glass ball, filled it up with demons and lava, and then dropped it. I collapsed it. So this strange place you've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. Where it? Where it? Oh, there it. It's a sheer dark metal skirt. All right, Queenie. It's probably that, right? Yep. I'm just gonna dig through the rest of this probably. He says that and then he doesn't do it. I don't want to die to hubris. So what I would do is figure out what that item is, click it, click the item, and then forbid it. See if that fixes it. Okay, do you have one bucket with one injured dwarf and is the bucket frozen? Do you have, like, no cages and a bunch of cage traps that need to be filled? You need a lot of cage traps that need to be filled. Because there's all, to me, this sounds like an issue that I've run into before, and it's not a bug. It's literally just missing a setting or something weird enabled that's not normally enabled is almost always the cause of it, in my experience. Which isn't like knocking your experience at the game. It's just like, it's easy to miss this stuff. For dungeons, chains or cages. I usually use chains so that they can move around a little bit. You can give them like a chair or something to sit on. You have enough buckets? Okay. Another thing that I would try doing is going in here and then disabling all the jobs, including hauling. And then try and only assign one dwarf to hauling and try and figure out what's actually being canceled. It's just a piece of ore in your mind. That's bizarre. Meanwhile, my dwarves are getting interrupted by crumbles. God damn it. A singular crunch. Wait, what? How are you interrupting my dwarves? Oh, it's because the holy gravel just strangled it. I've improved my fighting. That was not satisfying. Well, yeah, you fucking murked a Crundle. There's no satisfaction to be had in murdering a Crundle. It's a Crundle. Maybe stairs are broken? What, my fort? I don't think so. Just going to go down to here. We're just going to work on this layer. I'm going to ignore that layer. So it's not seeds, it's not buckets. How did I drain the lava? No, this is in the magma sea. Lots of pumps and water. Actually, speaking of water, I'll go drain some more lava. We're going to seal off this spot right here, so that I can drain this out and get into more of this area. Although I may actually just let it fill most of this up in here, so that I can get more of this out of here. Yeah, Tibbe is very much correct there. A lot of the time when stuff is going wrong in Dwarf Fortress, it's just like misunderstanding what's actually happening. And I mean, I do this too, right? Misunderstanding what's happening versus like it actually being a bug. Something evil is emerging from newly exposed pockets. Oh, there it is. I was gonna say, what? Why there? There's also lava. Uh-oh. No. Goblin, run away. There you go. That could have gone bad. Kaiser Momac, thank you very much for the Prime subscribe. Appreciate, my friend. What is this demon? I don't know. Game is frozen, so I'll tell you when the game unfreezes. It is a bristleworm fiend, another one, which I think have like deadly gas that, yeah, they've got poison vapors that will like kill you, so kind of have to be cautious with this one. It killed one of my dwarves previously with suffocation, so gotta keep this one at a safe distance. I think I discovered the problem. All your children are set to stay in burrow, and they kept canceling their hall order due to ore not being inside the burrow. I don't know why nobody else was doing it. Interesting. Yeah, in my experience, like, especially when it comes to hauling stuff, it's almost always just like something weird set up. Like, I try to explore all options before presuming something is a bug, because I used to do that. I would see something that I didn't understand and just like presume it was a bug. And the result usually was I would just get frustrated and stop playing the fort. And I feel like that's never like a good way to end a fort. Man, where the fuck is this dwarf? Oh. Oh, you goddamn show off. Look at this. Standing right here, shooting up, into there. Like, The heck? That is amazing. These dudes just keep impressing me. Did you get it? What a goddamn Marksdwarf, man. Strikes it in the body, tearing the muscle in the brain. Like, I'm so impressed with these frickin' Marksdwarfs, man. Okay, go back to reading or whatever you were doing. That's fucking incredible. Yeah, and, well, not every shot, but, like, enough of them. I like this question. I see this a lot, but I always think it's funny. Does it affect your diplomatic relations with other civilizations if a forgotten beast kills the ambassadors in the caverns? And caravans. I tried making an opening in the deeper caverns from the surface. Well, I have a question. Yeah. If you are the representative of a country, yeah, and then you go visit another country, and while you're there, a bear eats you. Is it your fault for trying to pet the bear? Or is it the country's fault for not adequately protecting you? In Dwarf Fortress, it's generally the latter. So I got bad news for you there. But I think you're at fault. Or at the very least, they think you're at fault. You'd presume it was the bear's cultural normals? Well, you're dead because you got eaten by the bear, so. But yes, everything that dies on your map is blamed on you. As far as I know. Unless something is wildly changed. You had a Forgotten Beast with Deadly Dust, which was 100% fatal even underwater. Oh yeah, and I've had that before. Fatally killed another Forgotten Beast, and then the second Forgotten Beast, and then every other body part became rotten and created with miasma while alive. They finally died. So I had a Forgotten Beast that once had deadly gas, I think, that just put things to sleep, yeah? But it took a while to kick in. And I had another Forgotten Beast run up to the first Forgotten Beast that had the gas and gore it and kill it. And then it fell asleep. So we had a Forgotten Beast just sleeping in my caves for quite a while. And then something attacked it and it woke up. So we had Sleeping Beauty because Forgotten Beasts don't actually sleep. You really didn't want to lose your fort? Did it fix it? Did the kids thing fix it entirely? Yeah, it's good. And she's like a human faction loyalist. So I'm going to let some vampires eat her probably. Oh, another one. This one is a badger demon. The opposite of a goodger demon. Badger demon is a badger twisted into humanoid form with lidless eyes. It belches and croaks. Its flax hair is unkept. Beware, it's deadly. Hunger for warm blood. Hunger for warm blood. Those ones are always really fucking scary. I don't know what that means really, but those ones I find are always significantly more aggressive and worse than the normal ones. Some weak gas attack that couldn't hurt each other at all. They fought for 2 years in game before they finally sent a dwarf squad to solve it. It's like, quit fighting to the married couple. It's like having those neighbors that are just screaming at each other all the time, and then finally you decide to go knock on the wall. Kids thing plus banning all other work and hauling fixed it. Did unforbidding all the hauling after the fact unfix it? Another thing I like to try and do is just forbid literally everything on the map. Like when I have weird lag that I can't explain, just forbid like go to the top of the map, top left corner, and go all the way to the bottom on the bottom right corner, and just forbid everything and see what happens. If it's still fucked, then it's not hauling. One was coral, the other was glass. It's like when I had a a ball of snow versus a ball of steam, and it was like an uninjurable mass versus an immovable object. It was pretty funny. What makes glass beasts strong is that they aren't fleshy, and things that aren't fleshy can't bleed to death, so cuts don't really do much. You kind of need to pulverize them. Yeah, they can be really strong. Need them to come up here, do that, and do this. Or if one shot it, but the beasts couldn't hurt each other. Yeah. Have a good day, Cricket. Happy to help. We'll be on tomorrow. Same Dwarf time, same Dwarf channel. I mean, probably, but good luck convincing the dwarves to throw rocks. Yeah, because the dwarves don't have the technology, I think is all. I guess that angle is too tight for them to shoot from the lower layer. It's like 12 to 1400s, isn't it, for Dwarf Fort? Oh, wow. Someone finally found the angle. Or maybe it's just because you're an elite, Marksdorf. What a goddamn dwarf, man. Oh. I stopped shooting. Nope, and it bled to death. Yeah, it was you. No? No, that was Crevice, the Forgotten Beast was the last thing you killed. Who was shooting? Oh, it was Wormshot again, I think. Or Burr. Probably Burr. Yep, it was Burr. Called Inked. Maybe we'll get stuff with magic. It's wild, man. It's wild. That big spider that one time. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think of it more as like giving them a medal, but, you know. And then I make a statue out of them. Killing that thing. It's going to be a great way to give all of the children nightmares for generations to come. Make them walk down that hallway of big scary monster. They're shooting, yeah, through, like, pinholes, basically. They're, like, pulling lock-picking lawyer levels of long-distance shots. I don't know how true that statement is, but Maybe you never heard of Dwarf. Some child was born. My weaponsmiths has given birth to a girl. Wormshot's become an elite marks dwarf, and dwarf named Urist Loloke stole a thing because they're a ghost. I think I made a slab out of that, so let's just double check this. This is the slab. Nope, it's not. So we're just going to cave in this chunk. This one thing is something I'm going to do. So before I do that, I'm going to have to line up my soldiers and forbid a bunch of stuff, but... This is true. Or turn, like, non-booze things into booze that's, like, worse or better. It's like having more variety. You know, like, dwarves with proper alchemy would just learn how to make fish into booze. Although I'm sure the Swedes have already figured it out, and I don't want to try it. It sounds disgusting, probably. Although Japan just put live fish in booze, but... Fish booze. Foos, we call it. I'm just gonna go up to here, forbid all this, and forbid all that. Now I just gotta pull this lever. I also gotta get all of my soldiers lined up. All right, most of the dwarves are off of that pile of rocks, and we're gonna see if I set this up correctly. We had several failed cave-ins earlier. Let's see if I can do it now. Where are you going, Wood-Eye? You and your inability to stand because of your smashed toe? Are you going up there and then you're going to turn around and come back down? Ah. It usually does. I'm glad that you figured it out within a minute of posting the untruth. So what's the actual truth then? Do they not? Homemade foos. Want some? Mm-hmm. Foos sounds like a made-up drug for a fan game based in the Elder Scrolls universe. It's up there with skooma. Foos! You believe in this cave-in? I believe in this cave-in and out, actually. I mean, it's just an order of words in a okay, AI is about as truthful as me when I'm high. So not very. It's just trying to say words in the right order, and it messes up the details in the middle. But at least it ends the sentences grammatically correct most of the time. It's just, no, thanks for that, Zalvi. So it's like gutter cruer is what you're saying. I actually kind of liked that stuff the one time I had it, Shadow. Like, it smells awful, but it tastes okay. It's just very fishy. Like, it wasn't something I would go out of my way to eat ever again, but like, I don't know, it wasn't all that. I think people just kind of like overhype themselves with it. I don't know. I would rather eat that again than, like, what's the word? I would rather eat, oh, I've got some water here. I would rather eat that stuff again than, there we go, that's done. Than, eat sea anemone, because that shit was gross. All right, chat, I need a round of beers so that nobody needs to read what Zalvi said. Please do not read what Zalvi said unless you want to throw up in your mouth like I just did. Let's go over here and pull this lever. Poutine is pretty tasty, I gotta say. Now I just need the game to stop lagging and a dwarf to pull a lever. Is it you? Nope. There's 2 levers that need to be pulled. So I'm just gonna wait here. Leave the game paused for a minute. You had goulash today? Ooh, do tell. You make tombs whenever a bunny dies in combat? I once had a bunny successfully bite a cyclops in the eye, but it didn't kill it. It just left a bruise. I was kind of disappointed. Okay, so I just need to wait another 30 seconds. Thank you for waiting, chat. We're just waiting for the ads to end. That's a very upset child. Poor old Gumbo. Poor old Gumbo. That kid's really upset, and his name's Gumbo, so. 14 seconds on the ads. Oh, uh-oh. Just stop doing that. 'Cause this could get danger in a moment. There we go. Yubal's got the honors to pull the lever. Please work. Yeah! We checked the stone for heat. What devilry is this? Times 2. Times 3. Times 4. Something evil is emerging from this newly exposed pocket. And we've also unlocked an echo of forgotten divine retribution. Man, it's fucking busy down there. Okay, hold up. What do we have? Aside from the ghost, we have a Rakbin soldier and another warthog. So the Rakbin soldier is down here. The Rakbin soldier is a small humanoid composed of water. Aww. It has an enormous shell and it leaves water wherever it goes. It's a watering can creature. That's adorable. It was created by the human goddess Rakbin Lion Pine and is part with agriculture, depravity, lust, and the rain. You know, I could get behind this god. This is just like the hippie god of planting and orgies. I'm fine with this. Work with it. Could be worse. Meanwhile, the warthog wants everybody to die horribly and is a monster. So where's the warthog? The warthog is over here, and the warthog is a very large noseless warthog twisted into humanoid form. It has a bloated body and its midnight blue hair is patchy. Beware its deadly spit. The other thing I should mention is it's getting thrown around in the air by dust. Also, what kind of items does this guy have? It's got crashing metal crossbow and jagged crashing metal bolts. And it's being thrown into the air. Still being thrown around. It's bouncing repeatedly. Meanwhile, the warthog. This dwarf over here who pulled the lever is getting obliterated by gears that are slamming into his head. Got hit by a diamond, actually. And it has also been hit by a mechanism. I'm going to move my soldiers forward a little bit. Sorry, dwarf. Rough day, I know. Owie indeed. No kidding. Just going to move the soldiers slightly forward. One of them is charging. He is bleeding heavily, but not dead yet, so might survive, might not. This dwarf down here, Zalvi, also appears to be have seen better days. One is over here and the other is down here. Well, they're fighting with each other, so we'll let them do that. Appears that one of them has killed the other one. The Warthog Brute has won, so can now follow just simply the Warthog Brute. Let's see how this goes. It's first going to kill this Arab the Gosling. And Vizor is going to go, no, not my goose! Send the soldiers down here. And one of them, there's a dwarf falling? Not sure what happened there. This demon's a... You know, I hate to say it, chat. I think this Warthog Brute may have come to the wrong neighborhood. I mean... Like, look at that. I think it came to the wrong neighborhood. I mean, I get it, it's got deadly spittle, but... I think it's been a rough day for it. Well done, dwarves. Well done. One of them even took a nap through it. And so now I should be able to mostly safely dig through most of this. And these bolts, I'm gonna melt down. But that was pretty effective. Definitely easily defined as a surprise motherfucker that was. Vizor was found dead, though, which is a shame. I think these dwarves have earned a wee bit of a break after all that. We should just chisel through the stuff that's safe and kind of leave everything else now. Bring out your dead indeed, yeah. Although that's too deep. Should not do that. It's a red diamond down there, so I don't want to do that. They keep digging. I gotta say that was very entertaining. When diamonds catch fire. Yeah, it is pretty aggravating. I'd be okay if they were just completely full of sapphires, which can't burn. They just melt. It's much less aggravating. But yeah, it is very aggravating when they do that. So let's see what else we find. We're also slowly sealing off this side over here because this is now being pumped through. Something evil is now emerging from the other newly exposed pocket. Surprise, if you didn't know. You know, actually, why don't I just do this? I'm going to be really ballsy. We're just going to channel down into this. This is a lizard demon. A lizard demon... Oh, it has fire. What if instead of fighting it then, I just simply drop a rock on its head? Should be like right there. So I could do like... something like that, basically. And then just channel down, channel down, channel down, channel down. And just thunk. That's probably what I'm going to do with that. So this is where the sections of caverns are collapsing. Because once this is sealed off, which it's almost sealed off, so quite literally right now, I could drain this out. So I can also channel this out down here. And then, I guess, get this water out of here. Get this water out, like, right there. And then I can drain this out, and then we have full access all the way around this. Because this is going to flood a little bit, but it's fine. Because it's also now draining its way into here. But what I really would like to do is I kind of want to let it flood that. And I'm going to go over to down here, where I'm pumping the water up from. I'm just going to turn this off so it floods slower. I'm just going to build a wall there so I can just, like, flood half of it without flooding the half that I'm digging in. So I'll just, like, wall right across there. And then just let it flood out here. Because that's what I need it to flood. Surprise at me? I mean, what, the fire thing? The lizard demon with fires? Isn't that just a dragon, kind of? Okay, so we check for heat. What devil is this? Nothing, hopefully. Just one more. So this is going to be very dangerous. I'm not going to do any safeties in this. So Stukos is doing the danger here. When Stukos digs through this, that wall there is going to fall. Because nothing is holding it up. Nothing above, nothing below. And when it falls, it's going to fall directly down on top of that creature. And there it goes. And it appears that our dwarf hasn't fallen yet. Although the cloud is coming up and falls backwards. And then gets flung over the edge and is now unconscious and now is falling. And then it goes thunk, bounces down, and then goes splat. Is now bleeding heavily and is injured. Hasn't died yet, but his arm is mangled beyond recognition. Due to coming into a very sudden fall. Same with this dwarf over here who's unconscious. As for the demon, well, I don't see one. It seems to just kind of be gone. We, like, erased it. So I guess that's fine. Round of applause for the successful drop, I think. Yeah, they're all just kind of bruised. Sorry, dwarves. And nobody died. Even if one dwarf died, I think that would have been a solid trade there. That was wild. Some of the shenanigans you can do in this game are just incredible, aren't they? Tibbe? Chat, have you enjoyed this stream today? Has anyone ever tried game books? You got into one and you're starting to love it? You need to be a bit more specific. There's a lot of them. Because it's been a long time since I've done a big project like this that I've actually committed to. And most of them I don't finish. So it's pretty rare that I do a big project like this. And it's even rarer that I actually make it to some kind of like actual finish for it. So I do hope that you're enjoying it. Because this is a rare occasion for me. I don't often do such things. I've never heard of that one. Does a tavern need to have food inside of it or only drinks? Doesn't need to have either. A tavern just needs to be a zone. It doesn't need anything in it. But to fully function, it's best to put drinks in it, yes. So this will allow these diamonds to flow out. And then I will let this water flow in there, which isn't much water, but it's something. This used to all be full of lava, is what this project is. This entire space used to be full of lava. So what is the project? Kill the lava with engineering. Is the project. Now, hopefully that gem can be removed by this water. But in reality, it's probably just going to turn that water. The water is just going to turn into obsidian. So with water and falling rocks. Some of column A, some of column B. Yeah. Although column B is kind of a lie. It's more column Dwarf. Okay, so up here we got that. Down here we do this. Over here we do that. Over here we do that. Although I love the fighting fantasy books. I'm familiar with if game books are like fighting fantasy books. I am familiar with those, but very inexperienced. Like I know what they are, and I think we owned one very long time ago. Sort of like choose your own adventures, but more RPG focused-ish things. It's been a long time. Okay, so this I can now just dig through. So this is the next one that we're gonna drop down here. Because we've got a ways before this would dig too deeply and greedily. I've just never heard them referred to as game books. So that's a new term for me. Let's see what's up here. Should be safe. Should be. I love that there's just like a child here Just grabbing diamonds, you know, as children do. It's a very dangerous dig right there. Is there something murderous there? Nope. Did I just... Is there a dwarf in that? Gosh darn it, I hope not. I didn't see that dwarf leave, but... Yeah, fair enough. Learn something every day. This looks like an angry dinosaur that got punched in the nose. Actually, no, this straight up just looks like the chrome dinosaur. This? It's like, that's its head, and then there's its little hand, and there's its legs, and there's its eye. It's like looking at ink blotches. You get pulled and then link to this. And down here we do this. I'm sure there's like 70, and they've all just consolidated down into one primary one, Zalvi. That's usually how Reddits work anyway. The Forgotten Beast Sim Guthansrakan Kill Munsog has come, a towering skinless viper. It has a short trunk and a gaunt appearance. It's short trunk. It has a short trunk, and its eyes glow lime. Beware. It's poison bite. Ooh. So this... What do you behind this? I'm gonna send all the Dwarfuses down here. I'm gonna open this. I'm also gonna start brewing drinks from fruit, because we're getting a little low. I mean, game book seems like the same as saying like board game. It's like it could be a lot of different kinds of games. Okay, so I'm sending my whole military right here. Man, game is really hitching right now. Okay, so the beast is pretty far away from us. Let's send all of the squads right here. It's one of my items, which these dwarves should be using. There goes the long line of dwarfs. And here is Spurt World the Vile. Spurt World is the worst part of Disney World, let me tell you. I love its little trunk. That's adorable, actually. Do you think this thing's even going to make it out of the water? Like, I honestly think that if my dwarves see it, I don't think it'll make it out of the water. I don't. Unless, like, it just exits, like, right up here. In which case, well. Game is sleepy, let game to go to bed. That would require me retiring the fort, though. Okay, now it's coming back. That exit of the water didn't count. All right, chat. Can I get a Vile Force of Darkness for good luck? I need like a shooting bolt emote, you know what I mean? Like an animated bolt going split into something. Like a bolt just like flies into the side of a screen and gets stuck. And then another one flies out of the side of the screen and gets stuck and then falls and then flies in, stuck, falls. I need that. I feel like that would be a fun combo. I should pitch that to Cooler. I mean, kind of like the inverse of that, but with bolts, basically. Or like maybe something like that, you know? It's been a while since I got Cooler to make me a new emote, because I just have so many now. They're not that special anymore. Maybe I'm just old. I don't value them like I used to. It's like very underwater. They could probably hear it lumbering around, though. You have no idea where to start? Installing it's probably a pretty good place, Scotty. If you're asking for help, just join a Discord or two where people talk about the game and just start playing. It's really the best way to do it. Oh, it's now getting shot. The bolt strikes it in the head, fracturing the skull. So previously, dwarves would just dive into the water and die almost immediately. It's running away, which is probably the wise decision. It's going around the corner. Is that one of my dwarves? It'd be funny if it was. No, it's just an olm. If it actually, like, charged my dwarves, I don't think it would make it out of the water. It might, though. It could. Oh, there it is. It's now getting... Oh, there goes an idiot. I figured that would happen. Dwarf, why'd you do that? Oh, almost climbed out. Tried. Oh, you died. Well... Okay, so normal dwarves still do the dumb. But the rest of them are still forced to fight. Oh, come on. Aiden, you can get out. You can do it. Oh, come on. What was that? What was that? What in the world was that? The hell, man? You made it out, and you just went, oh god, a dead body type of thing, and threw yourself back in. I mean, you get a D- on that. I hate to break. Okay, what about... Let's cancel all these orders. Come on, Wonder Clasp. Just gotta climb up that wall. I have faith. I don't have faith. I lied. Once again, D-. But against all odds, Mark's dwarves are very effective. And I'm gonna have to get no bang fuck out of the water. So before I forget, I'm just gonna go here, and cue this. Oh, rip. Well, I'll put a pump there and get it out because chat. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. That was the wrong button. I was aiming for something else. Chat room. I'm live for 8 hours, and I have a grocery pickup that I need to go get, and I have 1 hour until they close. It takes me about 20 minutes to get there. So now is time for me to call it. We'll be live tomorrow, though. We'll be chiseling away more down in the basement. and fighting more beasts and demons and doing all kinds of fun stuff against all sorts of ungodly horrors in the basement of Dwarf Fortress. And hopefully the game stops stuttering sometimes this year. That'd be great. Other than that, chat, I do have to say, sorry, bootlegger. Thank you for tuning in today. If you haven't yet, I put up a video the other day. If you could watch it, that'd be cool. From end to end. Help get that watch time up so YouTube recommends it. Maybe leave a like on it or a comment on it if you haven't yet. And to the Twitch chat, stick around because we're going to go raid somebody. To the YouTube chat, oh, damn it. The thing that I was trying to do when I pinned the message for a second there was I was trying to snooze the ads, and now the ads have started. But YouTube chat, I'm shutting you down now. I just wanted to say thank you for tuning in today. We'll be live tomorrow, same time, same stream. And if you want to talk about Dwarf Fort things or need help with Dwarf Fortress stuff, my Discord's a pretty good place to do that. Yeah, you can join that in the description of the channel.